I guess we're starting? Okay, cool. So, hi everyone, welcome to our session. It is going to be about personalizing your customer experience with Dynamics 365. Thank you for showing up bright and early at 9 a.m. on a Saturday morning. Yeah, we of course have our BSL interpreter here, so if you would like to refer to her if you need to, that would be great.
Yeah, and we'll start by introducing our lovely sponsors, and we need
This is not working.
because I've been clicking on the other screen. Now it should be working.
Okay, so thank you to our sponsors, Microsoft, our event sponsor, Platinum sponsors, as well as our Gold sponsors, and for each area of the sponsors. But basically, thank you to all our sponsors. Of course, without them, this event really would not be what it is. So I really want to highlight that. Now, just to introduce ourselves.
Thank you. So my name is Guro. I'm based out of Norway. I'm a BSAP's MVP. I've been working with Dynamics for the 10 last years. And before that, also within IT, customer service, retail, financial services, and been an event manager for quite a stint of events as well, 10 years. I love clothes. As you might see in our presentations, I own over 300 dressers. I can't fit them in my house, but I do try, and I do try to fit in more and more over time. You can find me on LinkedIn, where I continue to post about customer experience and marketing and customer insights, which are products that I work with on a daily basis as my role as a go-to-market lead for marketing and customer insights at Avonade. I'm not really active on Twitter, but you can find me there as well, where I repost events and fun facts from others, and sometimes share where I will be speaking. And over to you.
So hi, my name is Trisha, and I'm the D365 Customer Service Lead at Avonade. I'm also a Microsoft MVP and a Microsoft MCT, which means I do some occasional training. But I've got over 10 years of experience within CRM and other business applications. More interestingly, I am actually from Jamaica, and I actually started my entire career in a contact center. So I use that past to help with, understanding customer service from an agent side, a supervisor side, but also as someone who really values true personalized customer service. And that's exactly what we're going to be showing you today, those experiences. Now, I can be reached on LinkedIn, so please feel free to connect with me there. But a tidbit, please introduce yourself. I do ignore those that don't introduce themselves because I don't really know where I know you from. But I also like to blog about omnichannel, DevOps, customer service, and I can also be reached on Twitter. I am a bit active on Twitter, unlike Guru. I am actually active on Twitter, so reach me there as well. Now, one of the sayings that I really enjoy is give a customer a great experience and they'll buy more, be more loyal, and they'll share their experiences with friends. This is so true. There's another saying which really ties well into this, which is it's actually cheaper to retain a customer than to get a new customer. Right now, obviously, the world is in a bit of a fluctuation, especially with, tightening of the budgets. Why not focus on the customers that we have? Because through word of mouth, that does two things. It ensures that you're getting value for, the money or investment that you're putting in, but it actually has another side effect, additional customers through word of mouth. So really, let's focus on how we can actually ensure that the customers that we have are happy, we're providing excellent customer service to them, and in turn, that way, we can actually utilize them to gain more customers.
And we do see today an experience gap from going digital and physical, and not even that schism, but also different departments. Your different stores might have different systems, even though you're the same brand and your customers expect a coherent experience. But they are not getting it, and why? And personally, I see that data is a contributor to that, but it's not the only factor. But it's the way that we work with data. It's not a problem to get data. It's a problem to figure out how to best use the data you have and how to get value of that. Companies today probably have tons of systems that gather excellent data about their customers. But if they're not talking together and sharing this to build on top of that layer, they're not getting any added value. And that's where we also see that bringing customer data together, such as customer insights as a customer data platform, can help you provide this in an easier way for the organization. This is also where we see AI and ML for enrichment. Who doesn't want to know someone's customer lifetime value or their churn score the minute they speak with them? Well, it depends on the role, obviously, but it is a helping fact when giving someone customer service or providing them with an experience in store or online. This is how we also need to figure out the privacy and personalization paradox. You might have enough data to feel like stalkery if you send them a notification the minute they've clicked on something online. You might consider they to be less effective strategies, but there's other ways we can use the data to seem personalized and to see that we know the customer who doesn't like to be recognized. But it's all about the tone, the language, and when. Yeah. And the most important part is to use data or to use what you get, the experiences, the touch points in an actionable way so that you can actually monetize or make your experiences count when they matter. This is also where we see that digital and physical experiences, there's a barrier and they're not connected at all. And really finding a way to disband the silos is where we need to go for our next step. We have seen so many projects. Since we are in the same company, we often are engaged on the same deals. And we are faced with the same kind of stories, user stories, requirements over and over. That really ties into this, but we're often asking maybe the wrong questions. It's not, you might want to ask others questions than we want a CRM system or we want a new ERP system, but why do you really want it and need it? And how can we make those systems and experiences, both for the employees and the customers, be improved by the way we connect data across?
So what impact does this have on customer experience? So as my lovely colleague Guru mentioned, there's so many data silos right now. Everyone understands the impact of having data, and each of these systems are collecting it. But to be honest, a lot of these systems, like a lot of companies, aren't using this effectively. If we actually have the understanding of who the customer is, know your customer, and that's actually one of the challenges reported, as Guru mentioned, in a lot of deals that we work on. One of the key challenges that a lot of companies have is we don't know who our customer is. Now, if you don't know who your customer is, how do you know that you're annoying them? One of the first things that I actually do before I engage in a new company or if I purchase anything, especially if it's anything significant, is what do? You research them. Now, as you research them, one of the things that you're researching is what's their experience, what's their customer service like? Because I guarantee you, if they have any negative feedback, that is going to impact you from purchasing that, right? So if you know that your customers are not happy, and you can actually see that through the trend. You can see that through the trend of the data that is actually being provided. You can see if they're purchasing from you, how frequently, what feedback they've actually been giving you. And through that, you can actually dissuade and turn someone who's feeling negative towards your company to be an absolute fan of your company and willing to actually do business with you, willing to actually speak to other people about you, willing to give you those references. That's the impact of customer experience. Negative customer experience, trust me, your company is going to suffer. It might not even last. Positive customer experience, you will actually be, you'll fly.
So it's important to understand your customer journey. It doesn't matter what industry you're in, but today we're going to have a story in retail. And this could be any story, because it's the customer that we often need to put first, front and center, and not as a second thought when we design our business processes. So we need to find ways to inspire the customer, have them come back as customers, so we can retain them and make them advocates out there. We need to make the customer aware of our products, our changes in business, etc. And then also help them decide by providing good comparison, reviews from others, and maybe even personalized interactions, like booking a meeting or showing someone around the store. And then also assist the customer when buying. Is this the size you need, or should it be a different one? It can be anything from clothes to lawnmowers to watering systems, or to what kind of loans you want. It's all a customer journey still, and you might think you need one thing, but actually by talking with someone with more insights than you, you might get some good results back as a customer also. This is where we see that marketing has a huge benefit of customer service. Customer service can be seen as one of the best marketing channels, because you are on direct contact with the customer via chat, via phone, in person, by letter or email. There's many ways we can connect, inspire, and give those small moments that can spark joy. And then, in the end, we want to reward the customers, either by giving them some loyalty points so they can buy something at a discount, give them discounts, or trade. If we don't know enough about their customers, maybe they could get something in return for providing us with more information. Have you ever gotten an email asking you to fill out a few fields for a discount code on something that you have been wanting, but not wanting enough to purchase directly? That's a good way that we can lure customer data out of end customers. In return for them seeing an added value, they see the gift that they are receiving for not providing much, maybe only that they prefer boots with heels over flat shoes. It doesn't have to be something dramatic, but it's valuable information when you think about a holistic customer profile, preferences, and trends in the market.
So just one additional thing here. So I like this customer journey because, to be honest, the touch points here, and a lot of people think, when they think of customer service, they tend to think of aftercare, so after the sale has happened. But to be honest, customer service is really any touch point with a customer. Every single touch point with a customer, you're actually providing service. So it's important that your agents and your staff have the necessary information to be able to assist the customer with buying, help the customer decide, and also support the customer, and even allowing them to be empowered enough to know how to reward the customer. So this is actually where the data and the personalization of customer service is really key.
So what you've seen a few tidbits of so far is our beautiful customer, Maria. She will be joining us on this journey today. And yes, Tricia will be Maria during some of these reenactments of a customer lifetime journey. But we will see how we can impact through surveys and rewards, product reviews, store purchases and offers, and also how customer care or digital interactions can provide so much value to us when we interact with our customers. And with that, we have a little demo.
Yes, let's go to our demo.
And switcheroo screen. And this is our beautiful, beautiful e-commerce site, Ultiva Fashion.
Just a caveat, neither of us are portal experts.
Yes,
okay.
We did not go to the portal or pages 101 course. So this is our best effort at making something that can resemble a store. I have run a website before, e-commerce, but then we did not use portals. But Maria, she is a frequent customer. She has been purchasing with us before, but she's been seeing ads online and she clicks it and ends up on our front page, Ultiva. Of course, she's not interested in men's outfits this time, so she'll go over to the women's section. And she's planning a getaway soon on a yacht somewhere fancy.
It's my birthday, so, you know.
And of course, why not go all the maritime and do some white sneakers, Sailor Moon outfit. It's perfect. Perfect, it's what she wants, it's her dream. So, Maria, as this is not an e-commerce site, will just fill out this little form, and of course, the sizing here is a little bit odd. So she buys medium pairs of shoes, and she also, I want to see, maybe I need them in the large, like the sizing here is not the best. And with that, she's now purchased 2 pairs of shoes. Of course, she can return one of them if it doesn't fit. And that's kind of the essence of our story here, is that we do interact with businesses, not only when we want to, but also when we have to. I don't need a pair of shoes that I cannot wear, although I have too many of them. But let's set that aside for a little while. I need to complete my outfit, so I'm also going to buy this knit sailor sweater. But that is sadly out of stock. And like most e-commerce sites do these days, is you can be notified when it's back in stock. And here, I only have to put in my name and my phone number, and if I'd logged in, they would have known all of this about me. So I'll just say the size I want and the quantity, and I have another demo with this as well with a mobile device, so I'm going to skip that for now. So the site will then, of course, notify me when this is back in stock. And that's where we've already started gathering a lot of Maria's interests. She's looking for something with stripes, and she's looking for something that we currently don't have in stock. She might be browsing even more and seeing products that we have or do not have in stock. Maybe she wants something for her partner or don't. Disregarding what she's buying or not right now, we are gathering all of this information into a unified customer profile with customer insights. We have added all of our data sources, and that could be anything from your CRM system, your order system, your ERP system. They can be on the Microsoft platform, they can be on different platforms. The beauty of customer insights is that it can connect to pretty much any source, and you can then unify your data quite nicely in this SaaS tool. Here we have our dynamics for customer data and orders, and I've also added my legacy CRM system that I've migrated out of. And also, I have a mobile app, so I'm gathering information from usage on that as well. All of this is being grouped together in our customer profiles, and I can see across all of them that are frequent customers or less frequent, or maybe just have visited our site once. With this, we can do predictions, intelligent suggestions on their product recommendations, calculate their churn score and their customer lifetime value. And I can even use more models that Microsoft have provided, or I can bring in my own machine learning models from Azure Machine Learning Studio. With this, I can build segments, and I can group them by loyalty levels, or I can group them by place, city, location, wherever, based on the data I have. In this scenario, I don't have that much data I'm going to showcase from the segments, but I'm going to find Maria. That's the wrong keyboard. And then I have too many Marias. So Maria Trammell is her maiden name. She got married and is now named Maria Trainer. But as you see here, we have some of her last purchases. We know her email address, we know her loyalty level ID. Here we picked the grid instead of the name. And all of this is grouped in what we call a unified customer profile with her activities in a timeline, which can be helpful and useful in other systems as well. I also see the recommended next products and how much Maria is purchasing over time. And this is kind of the basis of what we could use for exporting to other systems, but also keep in customer insights to do advanced reporting on with Power BI. But we have Maria. She's been on our website. She has said she wants to be notified when something is back in stock. So we made this journey come to life with a few branches and different channels. So whenever a customer joins in this customer journey, we want to check what their loyalty level is. And depending on their loyalty level, Maria, she's our gold membership level. She will be notified first. So she's head of the queue. And the silver and bronze, they have to wait 5 hours before they will be notified if something is back in stock. So we will give our loyalty members with the highest status the advantages when they are our frequent shoppers. With this, we also have an A/B test which is running to see if it's an SMS or an email, which is most preferred channel of interaction. And so far, our SMSs have been the only thing that's been sent, but still, quite a good click-through rate. And after that, to check if they have purchased or not, we are triggering our loyalty support to reach out for a personal one-to-one interaction, because we value those customers that much that we want to give them that feeling of being seen, to give them personal support if needed. Our silver and bronze members, they receive an email, and then they have to kind of help themselves on the website. But still, it's one of multiple ways we can use customer journeys to orchestrate someone's interactions with us. And then we could have done this multiple ways. We could have had a power app for in-store activities, where someone could have walked up to me and I could have entered their name, or I might even know them. They spend that much money with us. And we could combine that with beacons, someone walking by the store, we can send them push notifications or SMSs based on their preferred activities, or we can personalize the content they receive when interacting with us. So Maria, she could now have walked into our shop, and we could check out this knit sailor sweater just here and then. And it would be, this is very simplified, but it could be this easy. And to make a purchase, and we can even personalize the receipts we give her based on the data we have in our customer profile, but also what she's been buying from us here today. And this should be a little quicker. And then, thank you. I now see not that much, but I am a gold member, so that is personalized here in my receipt, based on data from my customer profile. All of this is brought together with rich insights in our journey tool, marketing, where I see that we have both information on the journeys that are active, the segments that we have triggering, and also the channels and their performance, or if they're having any issues, which I can monitor then based on my journey level or on my channels, and I can see the level of engagement with my customers. And this is something I can see across my links, my channels, what's happening, do I have too high levels of hard, soft, or blocked emails, etc., which is super important information to get back in order to know that you have the right information about the customers. And I very quickly mentioned that we can even send push notifications, we can send text messages, we can make also custom channels to interact with. And we can send lovely emails that we can personalize on content blocks, and we can specialize and tailor to, for example, the loyalty level. And we can then also provide a full circle when someone is trying to interact with the data they have been receiving. So Maria, this is now just in my marketing, but imagine this is Maria's email that she's received. She clicks buy now and wants to buy it from their website. But something has come up. Let's pretend we're now back to being Maria. She is browsing for that product that she received a notification from. But she was too slow. It's still out of stock. Someone grabbed the few pieces that were made available. And that's not all. She wants to return one pair of the shoes. She realized it wasn't fitting after all. The medium were maybe a size 6 and the large were perfect. And she's browsing the customer service site, looking for returns and how to make her return. And with that, we can start a chat.
Okay, so Maria's now started the chat. There are a couple of things that I want to draw your attention to. Guru, I love you, but I don't know how to use this mouse. Okay, so so a couple of things I want to draw your attention to. Now, we're using a proactive chat. Now, many of you who know me would have probably expected me to demo voice. I'm not going to demo voice, and there's a reason.
We tried it. It's very bad in an auditorium.
That's one of the reasons. The second reason is we have to remember, when we're talking about a proactive, personalized experience, we really need to factor in that it's not just about the customer. It needs to also be effective for the agents and also the business. Voice is expensive, right? Voice actually means that one agent is interacting only with one customer. With a chat, you can interact with multiple customers, right? So it's actually a proactive chat prompt is one way to deflect from, the voice channel, which is actually your most expensive channel. So it's something that we don't often talk about, and I thought it should actually be highlighted and addressed. And that's the reason that we went with the proactive chat prompt today. Yay. The other thing as well is providing a proactive chat prompt really allows us to kind of manage things. So instead of the customer initiating that contact with us, we're initiating it. Not only that, but because Maria is on the return site, well, we know exactly why Maria is contacting us. So I can actually now route it through to someone. Actually, no, hold on, sorry. We need to be logged in.
You're logged in. No? Okay.
Need to log in.
I'll do it from my phone. So here we'll just start the chat prompt and you can go to Omni.
Okay, so that's how we initiate the chat prompt. Now there are a couple of things that's happening. Maria, yes, perfect. So Maria, you can see the reason it's come from the web page returns, although it's been triggered from the mobile, because you can trigger it from a mobile or a web page. We know why she's contacting us. So we don't actually need to go through a Power Virtual Agent bot or anything, because again, we want to provide that proactive level of service to the customer, right? Now, we routed it to Faye. Now, Faye is the agent. I'm Faye, hi. And the reason that we routed it through to Faye is because Faye is trained on how to handle gold level member customers. So what we've done is we've routed it to the returns queue. The returns queue has multiple people in it, but only a few people are equipped to handle, the type of volumes to which Maria likes to purchase. She's a special customer to us. So utilizing what we call unified routing, where we can actually use skills-based routing, AI-enabled skills-based routing, sentiment, or even effort-based routing to ensure that we're sending it to the right person, is really how we can, also another way in which we can truly provide a personalized experience, okay? Now, the fact that we came through on a proactive chat prompt also means that we do get a little bit more information. So you can actually pass through the pages that Maria's actually visited. We can see here that she actually came through from the customer service page. We can pass through any, does she have a shopping basket amount? Does she have, anything that's pending or notifications on the website that might have actually triggered that proactive chat. Because although the trigger for the proactive chat prompt for me was the fact that she was on that website for a set amount of time, there are so many different reasons that you might want to have a proactive chat prompt, and all these are configurable by yourself. So it could be that you've entered something incorrectly 3 or 5 times, proactive chat prompt. Really ensuring that the customer is getting the support they need before they go away from your website and basically forget about you and say, actually, that was a rubbish experience. That's not what you want. Now, this, you might not recognize this. This is actually a very, very new experience of omni-channel. The experience that you might be familiar with is the tabs on the left. This will now be the new experience of omni-channel come in a few months. So you've heard it here first. Yay. This was just released, well, given to me a few days ago to share with you. So you're welcome. Thank the guys at Microsoft. They really wanted you to see it, to give feedback or anything. So if you want to make any comments. But this is actually a very similar way. If you're familiar with Unified Service Desk, this is actually the same look and feel of Unified Service Desk. Now, the other thing as well is you have the experience on the left, which is where we have the communication. You've got your agent information, so providing all the information that we have about Maria, but also additional information as well. So if I actually go to the contact form, I can actually pull information in from, or see the information that Maria has from customer insights. I know, for example, her churn. What do we mean by churn, for those who might not be familiar, is how likely is Maria to stay with us? How likely is it for her to leave? The higher the churn score, it's not good. So we know that Maria is actually at risk of churn. Her score is 0.63, 63%. Right, that's obviously not that great. We also know the next product recommendation. Right here it says Nike Air Max, and also the timeline for Maria. So this is all from what Guru displayed in Customer Insights. Of course, we can also add this information onto the contact form or even onto the customer summary form. So we can actually, at a glance, as an agent, see the information to be able to proactively engage with Maria and make decisions that are going to be in the best, how'd you put it, the best outcome for both the business and also the customer. So let's interact with Maria. She's been waiting long enough. You know, I know, she's getting super impatient. So let's not hold her up. Yeah. Thank you. So we have what's known as quick replies. Now, with quick replies, what we have is sometimes as an agent, you have a long list of information that you have to provide. That means that you might be typing for a long time, right? One of the things in ensuring that your customer is happy is, well, not keeping them waiting like what I've done to Maria. And to reduce this, I can create what's known as a quick reply. A quick reply is just a standard text that you can use, that you can also have a dynamic data infused there, that I can use the quick reply or a short code to provide the quick reply to the customer. Okay, so as Maria is typing through her date of birth, etc., I'm going to show you the agent productivity area. Now, in the agent productivity area, we have what's known as agent scripts. Now, what agent scripts allows us to do is have a unique voice, have that as not a unique voice, a similar voice across the business to ensure that we're all saying the same thing, we all have the same process as agents. So the first thing that it's telling me to do is greet the customer and introduce myself, which I've done. So I can basically mark that. I can say, yes, I've done that. The next thing it's asking me to do is validate the customer, which I am currently doing. Now I'm going to validate the date of birth as, you know, this. Now you notice This is actually pulling data from Maria's contact record. I, as an agent, I don't need to be going around CRM to find this information. It's being provided to me, because as an agent, there's nothing worse than having to drill across different screens and different applications to get the information. It's time consuming. We don't want that. So I can basically pull the information to me in one area that I can actually, support my customer better. So I've asked Maria, thank you very much. How can I help you? Now, Maria is going to tell me that she wants to issue a product return. Now, the product return she wants is, of course, her shoe. I'm going to try to suggest some answers, and I'll show you why we're going to have this conversation in a second. But the other thing I really wanted to show is eventually we'll have the sentiment analysis. How many of you have actually seen Omnichannel before? Anyone your first demo of Omnichannel? Okay, so within Omnichannel, you have what's known as the sentiment analysis. So as Maria's typing, it's analyzing what she's saying and seeing, okay, is she happy? Is she not happy? And based on the sentiment, if it goes too negative, it can actually notify a supervisor. But to be honest, I'm going to ensure that she's not unhappy, hopefully.
A lot of autocorrect is going on.
But as you can see here, it's going from slightly negative to slightly positive because she said love. So it's like some keywords here. Okay. Now, obviously, as Maria is actually putting in that information, I'm trying to support in resolving the issue. But to be honest, I'm actually new to this organization, and I don't really know the process. I can actually use what's known as Smart Assist. As you can see with Smart Assist, it's understanding the transcript and trying to proactively suggest articles or similar cases that could actually help me. But to be honest, none of these are going to help me. So, in this instance, I am going to try to engage assistance from a fellow colleague. Now, this colleague isn't actually an agent. This colleague is more of a advanced supervisor. They support with writing knowledge articles. And because I've reviewed this article and I'm not entirely sure if it's right, let me engage them. Okay, so this is another feature inside of Omnichannel, which is the embedded collaboration with Teams. Now, this is still currently in preview, but it should be GA hopefully soon. What we're able to do here is have a linked chat. Now, this linked chat means that anyone else that interacts with this customer will be able to see the conversations that I've had with her from between Teams and Omnichannel. So it's like more of a continuing of the conversation. Now, I'm going to type in Harry here. And what you'll see here is an automatic, how'd you put it? An AI-generated conversation summary. So as I've been trying to support Maria, now using AI, it's helping me to reduce the amount of clicks as an agent, automatically summarizing what I need support with, and so I can actually now engage with Harry. Of course, you can change this issue description if you want, because I don't think I purchased Clown Sadie jeans for Fortnite. So clearly there's, it does have some additional work there in terms of AI, but imagine, it is mostly correct. Customer does love the shoes, the size was wrong, I didn't purchase this, so I can actually change this. And I can't. If I tried any resolutions, if it noticed that I tried anything, it would actually it would also have it in the resolution that I've tried. Because to be honest, if you've actually worked in support, I have worked in support, one of the first things that you do when you go to second line is, okay, what have you tried? You know, what's the problem? What have you tried? So this really gets over that. It gives all the things that's been identified as wrong, all the things that you've tried already. So the second line person or the person that you're asking for support on can focus on actually providing that support. Now, this is different from if you're familiar with what's going on in the customer service world. It is different from swarming. Okay, so don't mix this up with what's known as swarming. Swarming is basically bringing in a team of experts to resolve a problem. But this is really a direct one-on-one engagement with an expert. And I just want to highlight that when, I think it's last year, at last year's Ignite, Satya Nadella mentioned that now anyone with Microsoft Teams can access D365 data at no additional cost. This is actually where this is being added, because this user, Harry, is not a Dynamics user. He is a Teams user. He does not have a Dynamics license. However, he is now able to see this information in terms of that they've purchased the shoes, that they have, you know, and you can actually have additional like adaptive cards. What I mean by adaptive cards, it's effectively what do you want that user to see in order for them to be able to support you. They can now proactively support you, so they see what they need to see to help you, and you share what you need to share for you to be able to receive help. So it's just one way in which we're actually bringing the platform together. Okay, so right now we're in a very positive mood. That's great. And Harry's basically, let's pretend Harry responded, and he's basically said, yes, you need to do a support. And he's told us to go into our agent script area and go into the product support options and issue a product return, right? Now, the benefit of omni-channel, as you see, it's a multi-session, multi-tabbed experience, is the fact that I can bring in third-party applications and display them inside of omni-channel. So here what I've got is a custom app. Now, another thing as well, I know I do train on Power Platform, and I do the Power Platform school, and I love it. I am not a Power App person. That's not my vibe. I'm Power Virtual Agent every day, all day. So this is not the prettiest Power App, but it is effective, okay? That's the key, it's effective. You see what I mean? But here we're basically showcasing the products that Maria's already purchased. I've got in warranty or not, and you won't know that you can actually have clothes that are in warranty, because if you've ever purchased a very expensive bag, you will want that to be in warranty, especially if the gold kind of breaks off or anything. And Yeezys, they should have a warranty on them. So we're going to basically return the shoes that she purchased. Product didn't match, and we're going to submit that return. We can then also, if I go back to this and go to welcome, we can also create a case. Now, when I create this case, this is actually going to be pulling information in from the conversation. So for example, we have that it's Maria Taylor. If we had, for example, this coming through from a PVA, then I have it set that it will populate the case title with the reason that Maria is calling. So I could actually get this case to be pre-populated with as much information as possible from the conversation. Now, imagine what we've actually just done. Maria has been able to initiate a conversation through, the website, because, of the sizing issue. I know exactly why she's calling. It's been routed to the correct person that can actually support. However, I needed additional support, so I'm able to reach out. Again, it's not necessarily about personalizing the agent experience, the customer experience. It's also ensuring that the agent is also supported in a way that allows them to enable that personalized experience for the customer. So we've really just shown that full journey. I'm just going to end this conversation now. Which website is it? Is it this one? Okay, great. So I'm going to end both conversations. And the reason I'm ending both conversations is I want to showcase the end of the journey, which is now, how did we do? Of course, we want feedback. So as part of the feedback, we have customer voice. Customer voice can actually be triggered either via an email or even by being embedded within the chat widget itself. Okay, so I can basically fill this out or not, because to be honest, I didn't make any of them mandatory. But after being submitted, I can save this against the conversation. So we can actually track how well we're doing as a contact center, or how well are we doing as with Maria herself. If we want to evaluate this information and see, okay, what are we actually doing? How well are we doing as a contact center? Omnichannel comes with so many reports. We have, I think, over 7 or 10 different reports available with different KPIs necessary for a contact center within Omnichannel. Some of these will, I'm going to show you today. For example, the intraday insight, which if you've ever heard of, we want like a desk, like a, you know, the wall view that you have in a contact center that showcases how many calls are coming in, how many agents are on calls, what's the status of these agents. This is actually where, that's called the intraday insights for Omnichannel. So you're actually able to see how many conversations are exceeding 5 minutes wait time, etc. And you can see what type of channels are currently active or not, what's the status of your agent's availability. You can actually go into all of that. You also have the historical analysis, which is more of a historical view just to see how well you've actually been doing. Now, this allows you to, this was historically known as customer service insights, to be honest. So a lot of what you had with customer service insights, you have here, including the ability to see topics that are, when I say topics, what a topic is, it is a machine learning generated description or title that's taken from a group of similar cases. So people will report things in a different way. They say things in a different way. So this basically identifies those differences, groups them together so you can identify the trends. Are you getting more of these types of cases, less of these types of cases? Is your sentiment based on your feedback good or bad with these types of cases? How long is it taking to resolve these types of cases? Because it indicates, do your agents need training, or do you actually need to deflect these types of cases? And if you need to deflect these type of cases, you can then go straight into Power Virtual Agent, because there is integration between it and Power Virtual Agent to allow you to go straight through from the topic to PVA to start deflecting. Okay, so these are some of the reports that are available, but of course you have additional reports, for example, the knowledge search report, where you can actually see how people are searching for your knowledge articles on your website, and are the knowledge articles on your website effective?
I don't know if I can speak at this moment.
Don't worry, I'll speak for you.
Good.
Okay.
So what you've been seeing here today is how we can combine these products to make a customer experience. So from my point of this first part of the demo, we could have also seen some in-app marketing, which we did not, but it's part of the product. Excuse me.
It's part of the product.
Yes. Thank you. I've mostly viewed and showed you marketing with journey orchestration, with real-time personalization, and cross-channel interaction. We did also see customer insights with unified sources into a customer profile, and how intelligent prediction and how exporting this to third parties, such as Microsoft advertising, Google ads, or any other like ads placement, could have also enabled us a further reach on a new or existing customer base. Ideally, instead of our portal's website for our e-commerce, we would like to have shown you this with e-commerce and commerce, and to show that holistic view of the the Microsoft Customer Experience Platform, bringing together all of these products with Azure Synapse and Power BI. But that's not really the important. It's in how we detail and draw out our customer journeys across these that really matter, in my opinion. And clickety-click. With that, of course, part of what we wanted to show here is how all of this is a wheel of unifying data. It can be from anywhere, where we need to enrich it, we need to unify it, and we need to be able to act upon it. And it's acting or orchestrating, or however you want to call it. That's where it really matters. It's where we can make use of that data and prove that it's valuable. Reaching the right people in marketing efforts or through our line of business applications as sales or customer service. Oh, beautiful transitions. Click, click, yes. We have then, this is just another view of the same we just saw, oh, excuse me. But it's the understanding with our CDP, customer data platform, our unified customer profile, and how that can lead up to our orchestrational level, which in this case would be marketing, and our real-time journey orchestration, or marketing automation, if you will, with our content, feedback loops for customer voice and surveys, and how we can engage then, not only in omnichannel, but also digital, directly in person, or how it's assisted through events, sales, customer service, or like warranty after sales and service. All of this is like building a digital digital twin of a customer journey that you also would like to experience in person. And we'll skip that one. And
So what we saw was, of course, pretty much also omni-channel for customer service. I'm not going to really spend a lot of time on talking about these experiences, but the two things I really want to highlight here on this slide is pretty much the similarities between customer service workspace and omnichannel. A lot of people are not familiar of the fact that they do have customer service workspace, that if as part of customer service enterprise, you actually have this experience already, and that it is something that you can move away from customer service hub. It's okay, you can do that now. And with that, you can have a similar experience with the multi-session experience, pulling in from third-party applications, even with third-party channels. So omni-channel allows you to have first-party channels, customer service, native channels. Now, another thing that I really wanted to highlight here is more what exactly omni-channel is. So omni-channel is not a CCaaS solution.
get the move along sign.
Right, okay. It's basically an all-in-one digital contact center. If you want to know more, let's just approach me and I'll tell you why, okay? So this is what we actually went through. We went through the chat bot, we routed it using skills-based routing, and then we engaged with teams, we used customer insights and voice. And thank you to all our sponsors.
All of them. Event
all our
sponsors,
sponsors.
Platinum,
Everyone, thank
Microsoft,
you. And thank
HSO,
you for
Proximity,
joining us.
Docs 42, PVC, AIS.
Yay!
Yes, give us feedback.
coming. I'm loving all the love for Power Apps, portals, Power Pages. You can remind me later, I volunteer to buy everyone a beer that bothered to come to my session. Very much appreciated. However you've travelled here, you're now going to witness Franco Airlines, which is flying by the seat of my pants. It's the only way that I ever managed to present. So before we get started, I'm sure you're used to this now, but thank our sponsors. Without them, we can't be here. I'm going to make a point of going and seeing them today, so it'd be great if you do as well. So thanks to Microsoft, HSO, Proximo 3, Docs 42, PwC, and AIS. Special love from me for Proximo 3. I've built their portal for them. Great guys to work with. Some of the examples you see today are from Proximo 3. So they really do live by that. It seems rise by uplifting others, sent business my way, recommendations, and the work from them. Much appreciated. And of course, have me here today. Further sponsors, Companion, CloudThing, Experian, Experimental. I think we've all got a taste so far that we've got awesome people from each of those companies, as we have DQ Global, ATEC, Tisky, and Squared Up. I'll rush right through this because there's a heck of a lot of content to cover. So I've been on the Power Platform in its various flavours since 2006. I specialise in portals. By that, I mean I'm pretty much maxed out with 3 to 5 portal projects at any time. But that's my bread and butter. I love that. I suck at timing, so do rein me in. And I'm a dad of 4 girls when I'm not busy with code. So this Spotify example, in fact, came about by teaching my daughter model-driven apps as I was working on a portal project, and it seemed like it might be a good idea to open it up to the web as well. Various links there. I've got to admit, my YouTube channel has got only 2 videos, one of which should be really good. That's last year's Scottish Summit session, which was, hi Claire, which was all about building this Spotify clone with Liquid, JavaScript, CSS. Warning for everybody, I've used a few GIFs and afterwards realised that there are flashing lights in there, so if anyone's photosensitive, if that's going to be an issue, do let me know, please. So here's where we're going to go, time permitting. So we're going to start with why use the Portal Web API in the first place. Ajax is going to be the foundation for that, so we're going to do some stuff behind the scenes with our web page. We're going to break away from only having server-side code, see what we can do client-side, and muddy the waters, get them to speak to one another. We're going to use an awesome tool from Guido, Dataverse REST Builder, which is part of the XRM toolbox. That's going to get us to the point where we've got a static snippet, so we don't have to do anything clever about writing our web API calls ourselves, but what we will have to do is dynamically populate it. So we can get to the point where, for example, we can upload a file, we can download an image, we can create an album on the Spotify clone, but with static values, then we'll see how we pipe dynamic information into that. Then we'll get into feedback, not necessarily your session feedback just yet, but how we provide feedback to the users. Because what you'll see is when something happens with the Portal Web API, it's not visible to the user, unlike when we submit a form or something like that. So we've got to provide something back to the user to say, this has worked, there's been an error, or here's a record you just created, for example. So why the API, first of all? Probably good to show you this in the form of examples. I was pretty overexcited when this came out, and the excitement has only added since I've been using it, and more use cases. Will warn you that everything, kind of probably like when you first got started with Power Automate, everything starts to seem like a web API-shaped problem, and that's the way you address everything. There's still room for Liquid. So you've seen a lot of my examples, my web templates, Liquid's there. It might be serving what I'm then retrieving with Ajax. It might be populating my calls for Ajax. So I'm going to go through an example that I built for Proximo 3. This is about event registration. So in the old world, what we probably would have done, so I'm looking at event, I want to register for that event, I want to make a payment. In old money, what I'd probably do is redirect someone to an advance form. So I know there's various record types I need to create. I need a payment, I need a registration, I need to link it to a contact, I need to change the status of the registration if the payment's successful. I need to associate all those records. I need to branch if it's successful versus if it fails. So it's technically possible, and in fact quite easy to do with the config, but it's very click heavy, and it doesn't represent a modern experience. So what I'm trying to illustrate with this when I show you the live example is that we're providing a much more modern experience. We're not taking the user away from the context of what they're hoping to do. So in this example, we'll see while I'm actually browsing the event, I say I want to register. Well, I guess while I'm still a hot lead, while I want to register this event, I'm not going to take myself away and refresh the pages or anything like that. So here I am, I'm viewing a course, and I highly recommend Proximo 3's Microsoft courses. If I want to book a seat, what this is going to do, again, just as a reminder, is it will create me an event registration, it will create me an event payment record, it will associate that with the event, with my contact record, and it'll provide me some visual feedback. So obviously it's not the best experience if I make a payment and have no idea whether that was successful or not, if I've just paid out 1,500 quid or in fact it's still in my account. So I'll hit book a seat. I've got the PayPal modal opens up. I've got the option to either pay with a PayPal account or with credit or debit card. PayPal make that super easy, that's just one line of code. Could equally be Stripe or any other payment processor, and the same goes really for anywhere we're using Ajax. It's not necessarily having to be with a Portal Web API, that's just where we want to write to Dataverse, query Dataverse. So I've not had to leave the page that I'm on. I'm going to pay with my imaginary PayPal balance. So I've made a few updates to the page, so I can see now that's registered. So I've hidden the button, a bit of feedback to say that's happened, and also some details that have come back from PayPal. So here's my transaction ID and some from Dataverse to say, here's the ID of your payment record. So nice inline experience in context, not having to navigate away to perform the operations that you want. So Ajax is going to be the foundation of everything we do with the Portal Web API, but it also opens up a lot of other possibilities. So what we might also do is use Ajax to populate jQuery plugins, things like playlists that you'll see on the Spotify clone, things like calendars, charts, or we can just feed other aspects of our portal. So let's say we've got an editable grid, we've got a list, and we want to provide previews of records, we want to query things behind the scenes in response to what the user's telling us. We can do that with Ajax as well. So I'll show you an example where I'm bringing HTML with Ajax. So I say there's kind of two ways of doing this. You can bring your own portal UI and styling. So if you're bringing in things like entity forms, other pages, then it makes sense to just use the default setting MIME type of HTML. Otherwise, you can build the UI on the fly. So with the response from your Ajax and JSON, or like I said, to populate jQuery. Widgets, things like calendars. So here's an example of that. So in this example, just a proof of concept that I want to be able to choose an incident type, and from then see when it's possible to book a slot. So as you probably guess, anything that's greyed out, that date's already passed. Anything that's green is available for me to book. And when I select a slot, Portal Web API is then creating that for me. If there was an error, I'd get an alert here in the sidebar on success. In fact, I can see I've not done the on success part, the joy of POCs. But with Ajax, what you'll see there, I'll admit I didn't know the difference between client side and server side when I started out with portals, and I was a bit too shy to ask. So server side, I'll not give anyone the embarrassment of asking whether they know or they don't know already. But server side, we've kind of missed the chance. The moment that page loads, that's done. So that's the way Liquid tends to work for us. So if we've got Liquid within our web template, the moment that page is loaded, the job's done. So if you want to retrieve some more data based on a user click, on a scroll, on a hover, on a timer, we've missed the opportunity then. Whereas with Ajax, what that allows us to do is basically anything we can hook up to with JavaScript, with jQuery, we can respond to that, bring some more information, or indeed create, edit, update, delete, retrieve, associate, disassociate. So example with the playlists on the Spotify clone, so that's not any custom UI that I've created, that's a jQuery plugin. It takes care of playlists. Like a lot of jQuery plugins, it expects some Ajax. So what I've done is I've created a web template within my portal that outputs JSON, and I then retrieve that with Ajax, plug it in. And there's a snippet here if anyone's interested for how that's populated. So I'm using the fetch XML tag within Liquid. So again, I said Liquid's not going anywhere. So that provides me all the tracks that I'm interested in, and then I output based on that. So I'm looping through each result in those series of tracks that I've retrieved and building that Ajax that's required by the playlist. So the key thing, as I said there, is the MIME type on your web template. So this is all about whether you want to bring your own UI. So things like if you're surfacing forms or other pages, snippets from within your portal, or if you're populating something like where it brings the UI. So with that web template, what I've had to do, I've set the MIME type, as I mentioned there, either HTML or application JSON, depending on whether I want to bring my UI or I want to build it on the fly or I want to use my widgets UI. Then on the page template, a couple of specific settings. I need to keep that clear of use website header and footer, because I don't want to bring in my nav bar, any CSS, any other JS that might cause a clash. I want just that bit of content. And then I need a web page as well. So in order to be able to query this with Ajax, I need a URL and something to query. So we're going to build up the picture a little bit. This example isn't using the API, but is using Ajax and responding to what the user's providing us after the page loads. So here's a really rubbish-looking web page, but the idea of this is that HTML example that I mentioned. I want to bring in some of the content from elsewhere on my portal, and when this comes into its parent page, it'll pick up the styling, the CSS, etc. So that's my starting point. I've gone ahead, created a web template. As I've mentioned, I've left the default MIME type, but that's what I'm bothered about. That I've got some HTML output and I've got a URL to use. I've also provided some query string parameters. So I wanted to be able to use that same page to list courses for a particular product, to list courses for a particular level, for a particular role, for a particular date period. And that's really easy to do within Liquid. I've put a link into a blog post about how to use these query string parameters. Again, it's something that I wasn't aware of when I was getting started, that we can create any of our own custom parameters and use them within Liquid. I always assume we've just got ID and whatever we get out of the box to pass the GUID, but we've got all sorts. So I can adjust that, for example, to say I want to see just those in the next 60 days. I'm not bothered about filtering by product, but I do want to filter by roles and date periods. Okay, so that's not the best looking page, but let's see how that looks in context in just a moment. As I said, I put a link in the slides as to how you might use query parameters with a few different examples, and I'll show you some as we go into the Spotify clone as well. Okay, so here's the basis of a piece of Ajax. As you can see, it's really simple. I pretty much just rely on that snippet that I've got in Visual Studio Code and go from there. So every single time that I'm getting data, I'm using that method of get. In this example, I'm retrieving HTML. That's where I'm getting it from. So that's all it takes to get the data. So I've set up the web page, pop that into my web template where I want to make use of it. But that doesn't actually do anything for us. That's going to get me some data kind of in memory for the browser. So I then need to choose what I want to do with that. So a couple of useful jQuery functions. I'm emptying what's currently in the div that I want to load those results into. And then I'm appending that HTML to show the courses. Always useful to do something on error as well. So what I would tend to do, similar to how the forms work in the out-of-the-box forms in the portal, is we'll have some preset error messages hidden. Like, for example, there's been a problem communicating with the server, or a much friendlier version of that, and then we would just show it on error. I've also got something behind the scenes for if we select a combination of filters where there aren't any courses, just something there to say no courses found. Right, so let's see how to leverage that raw content. So here we are. The starting point is when this page loads, none of this div exists. Right, so it loads rather like that as far as this web template is concerned. And then on document ready, I'm saying use Ajax to retrieve any courses that are active. And then I'm responding to user events to say, for example, based on the selections, I want to see D365 courses for functional consultants in the next 90 days. When I hit apply filters, you'll see it's pretty much instant, but this div reloads. That is going fetching that information again based on the parameters that I've provided. Or likewise, if I clear, it's going to reset that to say just get those courses. So it's the exact same content that you saw here, but it's picking up the CSS from that other page. Make sense so far? Patronising. Too fast, too slow, do shout up. Right, so we mentioned server-side. We've kind of, we've got all that flexibility and the ease of using Liquid and HTML. If we want to provide any triggers, if we want to do anything in reaction to user events, then we've got client-side. So that can be when the page is loaded, it can be on click, on scroll, on hover, on change. And really that for me, I found that in my portal journey really transformative, because that was always, first of all, something I would struggle with and ask in the forum. So right, my page is loaded, how do I then use Liquid to get what the users asked for? Or how do I use Liquid to show a pop-up or something like that? Whereas the answer is I don't. I perhaps use Ajax, and that's how I can respond to it. So there's still the chance to use Liquid, but I've got to remember that lives somewhere else. So that simple example, not overly specific to the Portal Web API just yet, but we've unlocked quite a big capability there. So today's example, of course, being the Portal Web API, but it could equally be the Cognitive Search Web API, it could be the Bing Maps API, pretty much anything that has got a REST API that you've got the credentials to use or is anonymous, you've got the ability to make use of that in the portal. So we've got all the Power Platform goodness that is already a first-class citizen with portals, but also just about everything else. And if, like me, you have that gateway drug of Power Automate and getting used to APIs and REST calls and stuff, then by all means, bring it to the portal game as well. So that's mostly been read so far, but as a heads up, we can create, we can update, we can associate, disassociate, and we can delete. And the good news is, there's a tool that makes that ridiculously easy. If anyone's not come across this before, Dataverse REST Builder by Guido. Quite impressed to say he's a friend of mine, an online friend of mine. So let's say we want to do some interactions on that Spotify cloud. We want to be able to create a light record, we want to be able to upload an image, we want to be able to upload a track. Super simple. So I fired up Dataverse REST Builder in XRM Toolbox. I did say, I think I mentioned I'm a citizen developer, I'm not code first, so tools like this, the Web API helper is what I use to get my entities and my fields available for the Web API. REST Builder is what I'll use to make my queries. So I'm going to create a new collection. And let's say we want to create a like record. So we want to say that a specific user has liked a specific track. So the request type in this example would be create. So I don't have to know anything particularly about Ajax or how to write these REST API calls. Got this nice graphical interface to do it for me. Which table do I want to retrieve records from? In fact, it was like, not track. Sorry, I'm butchering this because of my trackpad, not because of Guido's tool. So that gets me all the metadata about that table. And there's a nice UI for if I want to set an option set, I want to set a lookup, if I want to use date fields, it's going to take care of all that transformation and formatting for me. So it's probably going to be useful to know who's the user. So that's customer. I can search by the primary field on that entity. So like's going to be related to either an album, an artist, or a track, so I'm going to select that as well. And we'll want the name as well. So I'm just going to set that to something static for now. So that can be as simple or as complex as I want it to be. And then you'll see I've got various different flavors of API calls that I can select from the tool. So I'm going to go for portals. And I've got a stub of a record now, that's my Web API call sorted. I will need to add a trigger to that, so it doesn't just happen by itself. I need to choose if there's a specific link that will trigger that, if there's a button, if there's some event on my web page that triggers it. But essentially that's it. I can just lift and shift that. Or if I want to try it out, I can move to the code editor and execute that code. That'll go ahead, create that record in Dataverse for me. So I'm confident that works. Let's name that one. Perhaps I want to retrieve some records. So depending on when you were last involved with the Portal Web API, if you're perhaps reading about it close to launch or when it was in preview, we didn't have the read operation, we only had create, update, delete. We now have read. That makes life nice and easy for our JSON that we want to populate maybe jQuery widgets with, or we want to build our UI on the fly. I'm going to add another request. This time I'm going to read. So you see, you've got options to either retrieve a single record or multiple. In my example, I'm going to retrieve a list of all my liked songs, so I'm going to go for multiple. So I'm getting all my likes. I'll not take you through, bore you with going through all the detail of that, but you see it's quite a similar interface to using Advanced Find or something like that. And that creates our web API call for us, our stub of code, and then it's just up to us to pipe in where we want to use that. So here are some examples of where we can use that. So we've got this new tool of Ajax, we've got the power of the Portal Web API. What do we want to do with it? So sometimes that'll be enhancing the out-of-the-box experience, and you'll see a lot of that in the new Power Pages templates. So for example, we've got the processing, the scheduling template that we're guiding the user through the process of selecting the type of advisor they want to speak to, the slot that they want. We're gathering all this information in an appointment request record, and then at the end of that form, when we submit, it then goes ahead and creates an appointment record using the web API. So it can extend basic forms, advanced forms, these out-of-the-box experiences. That might be hooking up to the next button, to the submit button, or you might insert some of your own web templates into your advanced forms. I'll show you that now. So when I first did this, this was before we had the ability to use image fields and file fields within forms. So I'm going to upload a new track. Nick, I have sacrificed to the demo gods, so all good. Don't actually know when that was released. Okay, so I've got a web form. This is just an out-of-the-box step so far. So this creates the track record, and then I want some multimedia to go with that. I want the artwork, and I want some audio to play. So this is where I've got some custom content in my advanced form. Might be something you all already know, but a workaround for that, if you want to use your own web templates within advanced forms, you've got the option to do that in the instructions field. That accepts Liquid, and that's where I can pop this in. So I didn't just use the custom JS field because I didn't want to rely on JavaScript to build on my UI. I much prefer using Liquid. Okay, so I'm going to select some artwork. For demo purposes only, I don't have the rights to use this stuff. So here's an example of providing some feedback as well. So that could have just happened behind the scenes, but there's nothing to tell the user that's happened. So first port of call was changing the text. So you might have noticed when I clicked upload, it changed to uploading. When it completed, it's gone to the tick. And as a heads up, here's the artwork that's been uploaded. Same for the audio. Again, it'd be useful to have a preview. So when this uploads, I've populated a HTML5 audio player. And that, again, is just an Ajax call, a web API call. So one, to upload it. I've said that I want to get the GUID of that record when it's created. I've then piped that GUID that comes back into the HTML5 audio player. And then on submit, this is another example of where I've used a query string parameter. So I wanted to provide a different experience for the record label management in this example that are uploading the tracks compared to just a listener coming along and viewing that track. So the difference is I've got that personal greeting. I could, I guess, have kept the status reason of something like draft so far and only you know, at this point in time, if the administrator approves it, does it become live on the portal, or maybe set a go live date or something like that? But otherwise, if I didn't have that parameter to say the source of this was the wizard, the web form, I get a similar page but not the same. So what I've done with Liquid is to say, get the request parameter called source. If it's populated with the word wizard, then include that greeting as well. Another example of where I would use Liquid versus jQuery or the web API, for example, is to provide that toolbar in the first place. So if this was just a subscriber or a listener that doesn't have the music label admin or whatever I call that web role, those tools wouldn't appear. They wouldn't have, this, pardon me, the security access to do that either. So for custom experiences, so far I've gone over those out of the box examples. So it could be extending a basic form, it could be an advanced form, it could be a list, whatever you choose. It could be dashboards. But then for custom experiences, things like that payment example where condensing everything into the single screen, trying to take away all the clicks out of a process. It could be where I'm presenting things through a modal. An editable grid example I'll show you in a moment. Bringing that custom UI, sorry, we would be building that custom UI via a web template. So we're still leaning on Liquid, or at least I still lean on Liquid. And then there's all kinds of jQuery libraries and plugins out there to extend the possibilities. So example being that jQuery playlist. So this is quite old now. I'm not the happiest with the styling on it, but as an example, this is an experience that we don't get out of the box. So I, as record label admin, maybe want to retire some songs, I want to change some from draft to publish, I want to correct a few details. So I can do that nice and easily through the UI. I've given myself some clues. So in terms of which fields have changed, I've got this amber outline around them. And that is similar to what we get with the out-of-the-box form. So I'm specifying which of the fields are dirty. So by dirty, meaning that they've changed since the page is loaded. Perhaps I want to change them from published to draft. This I'll completely regret the next time that I use this demo content, because I'll end up with like 2 tracks, no likes, every song disabled. So I need to leave myself some clues behind the scenes. There are quirks. If I just go back to that Dataverse REST builder. Just going to pop in some more fields on that. Sorry, I've confused myself there. But yeah, depending on which Dataverse column types you use, they're going to require different formats. So things like for a lookup, you will need the logical name for that entity, you'll need the GUID, you'll need the name of the record. For duration fields, you'll need that proper duration rather than the display value. For option sets, you'll need the values rather than the labels. So we need to get this from somewhere. So this all goes in at the design stage, what I'm piping into my Liquid. So an example that I learned from the out-of-the-box the out-of-the-box tools. Which I clearly can't find just a moment. So you might notice that I lean on developer tools a lot in the browser. That's pretty much how I learned the majority of my HTML and my CSS. But as an example of these helpers that we can have behind the scenes, if I was to inspect a row within this list, so this being what used to be known as an entity list, just the out-of-the-box tools, I've got some really useful information. So for each row in that table, in that list, I've got the GUID of the record, that's what's in this data ID attribute. I've got the entity name, as I said, I need to know that to set a lookup field, and I've got the name of the record, everything that I need. I can access those parameters using jQuery. So that's what I'm going to need to pass to my web API call. So let's say I want to get the data ID. So I want to get the table row that has got a data ID of that particular GUID, or if I'm responding to a click, I might say, get this button, look up to the nearest row and get that GUID. So, in fact, I'll come back to that. So I've mimicked that in my editable grid. So I've known that for the row, I want to have the GUID, the name, the record type. For each of the fields, I want to have the database friendly version of that. So you see, for example, with this release date column, even though what the user sees is the display friendly version of it, what's there behind the scenes for me is a JavaScript friendly date. Likewise for option sets, likewise for lookup fields. So here on the front end, I just see Oasis. What I've actually got in my helpers behind the scenes is which entity does it belong to, which name does it belong, what's the GUID of the record, what's the name of the record. So how I've applied that in my editable grid, done the same thing, the row of the table, I've got the GUID, I've got the name. Text fields, nice and simple. I've, in the liquid, looped through any artists, so for lookup fields, and provided a select. And I'm checking in the liquid, if that equals to the selection in this record, add the selected attribute, meaning that when the page loads, that's already selected in the lookup. For option sets, for example, status reasons work like option sets as far as the markup's concerned. So I've got an identifier so I know which record this is a status reason for. And then for each of these status reasons, we've got the display version, so the label and the value. So when I'm sending that to the Portal Web API, it's that I care about, the value. So what I've got in my jQuery, when I hit Save Changes, so my event is on click of the Save Changes button, I'm saying look through all the rows, find any that have got one or more fields that have the dirty class. If they've got the dirty class, pull together those values, save the changes. Again, I'm thinking about that visual feedback. How can I let the user know something's going on? So when I hit Save Changes, the plan is going to be this change status column is going to say processing, if I remember correctly. Then I'll remove those dirty classes, and then what I would probably do, learning from the new Portal template, new Power Pages templates, is just refresh that screen so we can see the change. So Save Changes, see that that's processing, and when complete, we get the tick icon. So all those changes have gone back to Dataverse. So triggers, when we fire these events, here are some examples. So click, as you saw there, me clicking the Save Changes button. On change is something we use a lot as well, especially with things like form validation, or you also saw that in the calendar booking example. When I selected an incident type, it then retrieved the appointment specific for that incident type. Document ready is a fairly common one as well, so that's when the page is loaded. So for example, in that course filtering, I didn't want to just see a blank example until the user selected some options. It was saying, page is ready, go and get everything, and then let them filter. Loaded, slightly different. Mentioned that in Oliver's awesome session yesterday. Really useful for entity lists. So there are more than one event that that fires with an entity list. You've got, when the page first loads, that's all good, but you've also got, if you filter that list, if you search that list, if you go to a subsequent page in that list, everything reloads, and you'll often want your your customization to run every time you get one of those. You could have scroll, so maybe when a user scrolls down to a certain point in the page, you can fire your API call. You could have it on a timer. So let's say you've got a news ticker or something like that. You want to say, right, every 30 seconds or every 5 minutes or whatever your use case says, pull that information back in. Could be on hover. So in fact, a really good, this isn't a Power Apps portal, but I think it's a really nice UI, especially on mobile. So depending how many TV shows are in that grid, there might be, let's say, 100 programs on in a day times 100 channels. They've got high-resolution artwork for each of those. What we wouldn't want to do, which is probably what I would do when I was starting out with portals, is load every record just in case and have it waiting there behind the scenes. So if I want to see something about this particular program, I'll click that tile, and here we are with some information that comes in off the canvas about that particular program. So the way I would attack that with portals is I would say, have that div off the screen, and only when the user selects that program do I then use Ajax to go and get that information, populate that div, bring it on screen. So what we've done really just with Ajax opens up a ton of possibilities. I mean, I could even get that exact content into my portal if I wanted to, without it ever touching Dataverse. I've got that skill with Ajax. But likewise, you can probably imagine that in my Spotify clone would be a really nice experience. So I just hover over a track. I've not got every track that ever exists on Spotify just loaded in the background in case someone hovers over a tile or hovers over a thumbnail. But if I'm responding to that hover, I can then say, here's a call, bring me back that artwork, bring me back those track details. And drag can be a useful one with, if you use the jQuery UI widget, maybe in my playlist example, dragging the order of the tracks to adjust. And something else that I use quite a lot, chaining events, is I might fire off one piece of Ajax on success of another piece of Ajax completing. So in the example of the Portal Web API call, if I've just uploaded a track, I might then say, on result of that track upload, in fact, sorry, when I uploaded the artwork for a track, on successful create of that, it then says, right, bring back that track, show the artwork, show the audio. So I'm a bit ahead of the slides. So here are some other real life use cases, a bit of a random selection. So booking calendar I showed you, multimedia uploads I've shown, the payment integration I've shown. A really useful one for complex validation. Spoken to Ulrike about a really tricky timesheet system requirement that I had. That's under NDA, so I can't show that one. But have you ever, silly question, have you ever had the project where the requirements just grow and grow and grow and grow the closer you get to completion? Right, so I had, right, we need to be able to create timesheets. You select a week, a project, and then we validate, you've got to submit 7.5 hours a day. You can't do more than 37.5 hours a week. got to be in increments of 0.25 hours, and only if you've done a full week can you add overtime. That sounded reasonable. Built all that. Then it was, well, if someone starts midweek, you need to block out, say, Monday, Tuesday's time. If they end mid-month, you need to not allow them to book that time. And any person might have any number of concurrent tasks, so that 37.5 hours actually might be across 10 different records. Another one was address history and references for employment. It's a bit of a tough ask to say, for example, we want to validate in real time that someone's submitted 5 years address history or someone submitted 5 years references history. With the web API, we can do that. So we can say the event is on changing a subgrid, for example. Rather than manipulate the DOM and query how many records are in a table, I've been caught out by that before because you only get the first page of results in the subgrid. I can use the read operation in the Portal Web API, or I can use Ajax to do that count for me. So what's the start date? What's the end date? Are there any gaps? And I can now provide that validation. Also used it on projects for bookmarking and personalization. So if you've got a real content-heavy website, maybe there's legislation on the police portal that I've worked on before that millions of pieces of legislation. There's probably some that you're going to rely on heavily and come back to, or bookmark those, save you the effort of having to search again every time. Take that time pressure off you when you're using it again in future. So the web API would be saying, for example, much like that like, here's a piece of content, here's a user, create a like, and then in the bookmark menu, here's a list of everything that's already been bookmarked. Or in an example that Victor used, not to stereotype developers, but dark mode. You might not want to have to select dark mode every time you visit a website. You want to remember the fact that you selected dark mode. Or in the TV guide example, perhaps I remember the fact that I've only got Freeview, I haven't got Sky TV, I haven't got the pay-per-view channels. I'm just going to check time. We've got a minute amount of time for Q&A.
PayPal integration there, so you have it completely shifted off to PayPal, so in terms of PCI compliance, Proximo didn't need to worry about any of that.
Absolutely correct, yes. Yeah, and that was very intentional. Yeah, so what we've got stored in Dataverse are things like a transaction ID, the Dataverse generated reference, and who's the contact record, but we've not got any details of the payment. We don't store any credit card information, nor the PayPal ID. Yeah, but I would say absolutely, if you're involved with portals, you're building web templates anyway, and you're not already using Ajax, strongly urge you to get your hands dirty and learn that. It's completely transformative. And so especially when you're trying to break out of that limitation of, I love Liquid, but it's server-side and the page will have already loaded and I'm stuck. It's just, right, cool. We're going to respond to something from the user. Timer, scroll, click, load, whatever that might be.
Is there any limit on the amount of Ajax calls you can make, like only so many vectors you can read? To do portless licensing or something?
Very good question. So the API calls do count, web API calls do count as a Dataverse API call for non-authenticated users, as in not actual Dataverse users. There will be limits, I'm sure, on retrieving records, how many would be feasible to do first of all, and performance is a consideration, but I don't know the answers.
It's probably in the docs, I was just curious where it's attributed.
But yeah, but it's an excellent question and definitely a consideration. Anyone else? All right, well, thanks very much for bearing with us.
Okay, so I think it's time here to get started. So first of all, thank you so much for all of you who has come here to my session. So my session is on effective computing. How can we use AI in order to bring humans and machines closer together through emotions? But before we start off this, we want to thank our sponsors. So we want to thank our main event sponsor, which is Microsoft, and then our platinum sponsors that you can see here on this slide. And then we also have a number of gold sponsors that we would also like to thank. So we'd like to thank all of our sponsors, because without them, an event like this wouldn't be possible to do. So thank you so much for supporting us. Now, a couple of background information about me. So as I said, my name is Håkan Silvernagel. I work as a manager for AI and big data at a Norwegian consultancy company called Miles. And my background is in human-machine interaction for process automation and robotics. And I also have a master's degree in electrical engineering and also a master's degree in behavior science. So I'm sort of interested both in the technology aspect of things, but also in sort of the software side of things in psychology and behavior science. And if you want to reach me, I'm quite active on LinkedIn, so you can reach me on this link that you can see here, or you can also reach me on Twitter at my handle, Agrevlis. And talking about active, I'm quite active in the local user community in Oslo. So I'm the chairman of the Norwegian .NET user group, which is focusing on Microsoft and .NET related technologies. I'm also part of the organizers for Oslo AI. So Oslo AI is a meetup that is focused on making AI understandable for the local community. So what is sort of the benefits of using AI? And I'm also running a virtual user group, the Azure User Group Sweden, together with Jonah Anderson, who is an Azure MVP in Sweden. And I'm also founded an online AI school called AI42, together with two other AI MVPs, eParty and Gosia Borseka. And if there is time allowed, then I will talk a little bit more about this AI school. But basically, our goal is to be able to provide information about AI to everyone on this planet. I'm a Microsoft MVP in AI, and I'm also a Microsoft Certified Trainer. But I think that's enough about me. So now the topic here for today is effective computing. So what is effective computing? Well, one way to see it is that it is the software side about AI. So a little bit longer definition is that this is the study and the development of systems and devices that can recognize, interpret, process, and simulate human effects. So that means how can we actually understand our emotions in our different systems and devices that we produce. But in order for us to understand this a little bit more in depth, then we need to understand what is an emotion. So now I'm going to cover a little bit about what we can say about emotions from psychology. So from psychology, we can distinguish between three different things. So first is emotions. So an emotion is a fast, automatic response. It's temporary, and it also react to stressors. So emotions, as we will see further on in the presentations, emotions are actually common to all people. And then we have what we call feelings. So feelings, with a feeling, then you need to involve your cognitive abilities. So you need to be aware of how the environment looks like, and it involves a thought process, and it's also much more long-lasting. And then we have something that we call mood and effect. So this is if you combine feelings and emotion together, and this is a much more complex phenomena, and it could also be long-lasting. So now I'm going to cover some of the major theories here from around the 1800 up to now from psychology. So if we start out here from the 1880s, we have something called the James Lange theory of emotion. So what they said was that first we see something external, we get an external stimuli, and that leads to physiological reaction. And this reaction is dependent on how we can interpret this physiological reaction. So for example, imagine you're out in the wood and then you see a grizzly bear. You will have a physiological reaction. You will start to tremble. Maybe your heart will start to race. And according to these researchers, James Lang, they say that we will interpret this physiological response, and then we'll conclude that we are frightened. So that means that you are not trembling because you're frightened, but you feel frightened because you're trembling. But if we think a little bit more about this, this is probably not the right interpretation here, because that means that for all emotions, then we need to first feel, a physiological reaction, and that's not the way it actually works. So these researchers got challenged by another set of researchers here, Cannon Bird, and they said that we feel emotions and this physiological response at the same time. So in the brain, part of our brain sends a signal which will result in a physiological response. So for example, you see a snake, and then you're afraid and you begin to tremble. And the thing is that people can experience the same physiological response to different emotions. So an example of this is sweating, and heartbeat, and respiration. They are the same, regardless if you feel fear or excitement or even anger. If we fast forward here to the 1960s, then we got something called the two-factor theory of emotion, or the cognitive theory of emotion. So here they're focusing on the interaction between two factors, the physiological response and also our cognitive labeling of that response. So an example here is, imagine you're alone in a parking lot, and all of a sudden you see a stranger walking towards you. So what will happen is you will recognize that you see a stranger approaching you, and then your heartbeat will start to race and you tremble, and this rapid heart rate and trembling are caused by fear. So here you involve your cognitive abilities. You do something that is called the cognitive labeling, and then you can conclude through this cognitive labeling that you're frightened. And then one of the more modern theories is by Lazarus. This is called the cognitive appraisal theory. So by appraisal, that basically means that you do start to think about what does this actually mean. So first you have a primary cognitive appraisal. So you ask yourself, what does this mean? It could mean that maybe what is happening around me is not important, or maybe this is a good thing, or it could be that this is very stressful. And then after this primary appraisal, you do secondary appraisal. And it could be either a positive appraisal. You can decide that I can actually do this if I do my best. Or if this fails, I will just try another method or another approach. But you could also have a negative appraisal. Then you say, I can't do this. I know I will fail. I won't even try because my chances are too low. So an example again here, when you were out in the woods and you see a bear, then you can have a primary appraisal that this is very stressful. And then a secondary appraisal, but I can actually escape. So now when we know a little bit more about what an emotion is from psychology, then we can talk about how can we actually measure emotions. So we need to go back here to the late 1800s. Then we had Charles Darwin. He wrote a book called The Expression of the Emotions in Man and Animals. And in this book, he claimed that emotions are universal across the human species. And he also claimed that these emotions had an evolutionary history. And that was quite a bold statement here in the 1800s. But as we'll see, he was actually right. And then we move forward to the 1860s. We had a French physician called Duchenne. So what he did was that he had his patient, and he used 2 electrodes that he had a small current into the facial muscles, so he could make the facial muscles react. So he did that on his patients, and he documented it through photographs. And then he said that he could actually distinguish between 60 different discrete emotions. And this will be important here now, as we see in the common slides here, because in 100 years later, then we have an American psychologist called Paul Ekman. He was studying facial expressions and emotions. So in order to do that, he traveled to Papua New Guinea to study facial expressions. And he selected an isolated tribe, and he found evidence that facial expressions and emotions are actually universal. The same thing that Charles Darwin had said here some 100 years before. And what he did, in addition to that, he also made something that we call a facial atlas, or an atlas of human facial expressions. So as you can see here on this slide here, you can see what we call micro expressions. So these are small muscles in our face that can react, and then it can reveal actually what type of emotions are we experiencing. So this is used in behavior studies now, and it's a very valuable tool here. And he also found out that actually these emotions are universal across different cultures. So how can we do then if we want to detect emotions? And I should also say that in this picture here you can see what we can call the universal emotions here, which are a little bit depending on what literature you study, but between 9 and 11. But there are 3 different main ways that we can do emotion detection. So the first one is through facial and bodily expressions. So that's through just through observation. And the second one is through speech analysis. You can analyze the tone, the intonation, the pulsation, and the rhythm, or you can use physiological-based measures. You can measure the EEG or the heart rate or the skin conductance in order to detect what kind of emotion a person is experiencing. So now when we're going through a little bit about what was this an emotion, how can we measure emotions, then we can dive into the field of affective computing. So affective computing started out by a researcher at the MIT Media Lab called Rosalind Picard. She wrote a book in the 1990s, and by doing this, she started a whole new field of research. So by now, it has its own IEEE proceedings and international research groups all over the world. But at that time, in the middle of the 90s, she said that it was very difficult to get funding for this because a lot of people said that this is, very futuristic and maybe sci-fi oriented. But that was because of the standard of the PC systems at that time. Because the thing that she was promoting or suggesting was that we should be able to use sensors, we should be able to use cameras and microphones, and we should be able to use machine learning in order to do speech recognition, gesture recognition, image recognition. And by doing so, we can actually use the machines in order to understand us as a user, what kind of emotions are we experiencing. So, but what has happened now since the 1990s and through today is that we've had a very technological evolution here. So, for example, we have smart sensors that we can use that can give us a lot of data that we will need to have in order to do these different types of machine learning that we wanted to do. And we also have big data solutions running in the cloud, so we can do transformation of data, and we can also do machine learning also in the cloud, so that we as software developers, we can just use these algorithms through an API call. So one example of this is something called the facial detection API. So I should first preface this by saying that all of the larger cloud providers has similar types of services. But this is an example here from Microsoft. It's part of the cognitive services. So what we have here is we have something called the emotion API, where you can analyze pictures, and you will get back an emotion profile, as you can see here on this slide here. But we also have, for example, Amazon has something called Amazon Recognition. IBM has something they call the Emotion Analysis API. And also we have different services to analyze both the content of images and videos, but also of speech and text. So I was thinking I will just show you quickly here how this is actually working. So let me switch over here to the Azure portal. So now we're inside the Azure portal, and then we can search. For face. And then we get here a face resource here that we can create. And then you just initiate or initialize your face resource here through defining what subscription, which resource group, and which region, and so on, and which pricing tier you want to use. And after you've done that, and after they have created the facial resource for you, what you will get is a test console here. So in this case, test console for the facial API, you can you can decide here what is the research name, and you can decide that you want to be able to return facial attributes, the emotion attributes. So what it will do is will analyze a picture that you give to it, and then it will come back with an estimation of what is the emotion that the people in the image is feeling here. So basically what you do is you just need, so I have some pictures here, for example, this picture here. So this is a boy that looks quite surprised. So if we take that as an input to our API, so this is the emotion detection 1 picture, and then we just make an API call. And if we scroll down here, what we get here is first a face rectangle, which decides where is actually our face in our picture. And then we get the facial attributes, we get the motion, and then we get an estimation here, a percentile estimation that, for example, it says that this person on the picture is experiencing surprise with 80%. For example, we can also change to another picture. So I have another picture of a woman that looks like this, and then we can change here to another picture and can send this. So then if we go through here, again we get the face rectangle, and then we can see here that 89.9% she's experiencing disgust. And it actually also works if you have multiple pictures, if you have multiple people in your picture. So for example here we have a man and a child. So if we submit this to our API, if we change this thing here, then we send this, and as you can see here, then we actually get both two rectangles here where the different faces are, and also two attributes, emotional attributes. So we can see the first one, it's surprise with 99.1%, and then we can also see here that for the second one is more neutral with 0.09%. So that's just an example here. Let me go back here to my presentation. So now when we've seen that, then we can go through here to one more there. Then we can go through some application scenarios here for what you can use effective computing to. So one of them can be within retail. So you can imagine you have a retail store and it's equipped with web cameras so that you can decide what kind of emotions our customer experiencing. So then the staff in the store can use this information in order to both enhance their services and also give their customers a much better experience in the store. And then we also have within medical, so in medical you can use both these physiological measures to determine the state of the patient. And then by doing this, you can reduce both the stress, among other things, and the medical team can be able to respond much quicker to the needs of this patient. And you also have, in the education field, you can imagine that you have a class and you also have web cameras here, so you can detect if people are starting to look boring, then you can adjust your teaching style according to what your students are experiencing. And actually one big problem here in our Western world is that we have a growing population of elderly people, but we don't have enough people to take care of them. So one of these countries where this is a big problem is Japan. So in Japan, what they have tried out is they've tried out robots that will use both facial recognition, speech and tone evaluation, and also these physiological measures to adjust their behavior towards the elderly people. So now I would like to just present what is actually in the front line here. So one of the companies that is in the front line is called Affectiva. So Affectiva also stems out of the MIT Media Lab, and what they have is they say that they have the world's largest emotion database. So they have 6 million faces across 7 different countries. So what they do is they offer an emotion API that we can use, an emotion SDK and an API that developers can use so that they can integrate this technology into their own products. So some example of use cases where this can be used is, for example, you can have virtual assistants that can determine the emotion of the user and then adjust their answers according to that. You can also think about a much more personal transportation experience. So let's say you have a self-driving car, and the self-driving car can detect what is the emotional state of their passengers. So if they're in a good mood, it can turn on some funny music and go through the scenic route. But maybe if they're in a bad mood, it will just take the shortest path here between two different points. And it can also be used in advertising. So in advertising, it's really important to find out exactly at what time a person is experiencing an emotion, because then you can actually adjust your commercials so that you get the effect that you would like to have. So we can talk here about emotion as a service. So as I said, you can use it for facial analysis, but you can also use it for face and head tracking. And this has been used in the car industry. So then we can actually send out a signal, a warning sign, if we detect that the driver is getting drowsy, so he or she doesn't cause an accident. I would also like to introduce you to Pepper. So Pepper is a robot developed by the SoftBank Robotics, which is a Japanese company, and it is focusing on creating robots that can adapt to humans. So what Pepper does is he determines the emotions of the people around him, and then he is utilizing both voice and face recognition, as well as body movements. And he will respond by changing the content that you can see here on the tablet that is on his chest. So it's been used both in banks in Japan, in Nestle cafes, and also in, as you can see here, in the railway stations in various places in Japan. And a fun fact about Pepper is that as of 2018, he is using the Affectiva API for emotion recognition that we could see here just on the previous slide. So now we will talk a little bit about that. I would also like to touch here about artificial general intelligence. So we say that we have an artificial general intelligence if we have a machine that can perform any intellectual task that a human can do. So that is very different from what we have now. So what we have now we call narrow intelligence. So this is if we have a very specific problem where we can use machine learning in order to solve this problem or a reasoning task. So we have some operation definitions here for artificial general intelligence, and we have some tests here. So maybe the most famous test is called the Turing test. So it was first described in 1950 by Alan Turing. And so what it says here that a program, so there's a competition here. So a program will win $1 million if it can fool half of a panel of judges into thinking that it's actually a human, while it's interacting with them both in a free-form conversation for 30 minutes and also interpreting audio-visual inputs. So that's quite heavy demand. So we're not anywhere near that today. We also have something called the coffee test. So the coffee test here, you can imagine that you have an AI that goes into an average American house, and it needs to be able to figure out how can it actually make a cup of coffee. So this includes both identifying where is the coffee machine and figuring out what does the different buttons on the coffee machine do. And in the end, it also needs to be able to find the coffee in the cabinet and so on. And we also have something called the robot college test. So this is when a robot can actually enroll in a human university and take classes in the same way as a human can do, and also get a degree. And we also have something called the employment test. And this is when machines finally can exhibit true human intelligence, so that they will be able to do many of the things that us humans are able to do. But I know that a lot of people, they can feel a little bit frightened here about when we talk about artificial intelligence. So let's think for a moment here, what does this have in place for the future? Is it a threat or is it a hope? So let's have a look at what some different famous people have said here during the history. So first off, we have Elon Musk. So what he said here, he said that with artificial intelligence, we're summoning the demon. He said that AI is our biggest existential threat. And this was in 2014. And we also have Stephen Hawking. He said that the development of full artificial intelligence could spell the end of the human race. it would take off on its own and redesign itself at an ever-increasing rate. And humans who are limited by slow biological evolution couldn't compete and would be superseded. This is Marvin Minsky. He's called the father of machine learning, or the father of AI. He said that once the computers get controlled, we might never get it back. We should survive at the sufferance, and if we're lucky, they might keep us as pets. So he said this in the 1970s. And we also have some two other researchers in the AI community, Alan Newell and Herbert Simon. They said that something called the symbol system modeling human problem solving is the answer. And, we better alert the people. And this was in the 1970s, but they didn't really need to alert the people. Symbol systems modeling didn't cause any world crisis here. But now, much more recently, we have a researcher from MIT called Max Tegmark. So what he did, he performed a survey across the leading researchers in AI. And he was asking them two things here. So both if this superhuman AI appears, will it be a good thing or will it be a bad thing? And also, in which time frame are we looking here at this superhuman AI? And as you can see here, on the x-axis is if it's a bad or good thing, and on the y-axis is sort of the time here. And we can divide the research community into different sort of groups here. So first of all, if you ask them, will this happen just in a couple of years? There's virtually nobody who believes that that will happen. Or will it happen between a few decades and maybe 100 years? Then you can divide them into three main groups. So you have the digital utopians, which believe that regardless, this will be a really good thing. And you also have something that we call the Luddites, and they say that this will definitely be a bad thing. And then you have people who are, somewhere in between here that we call the beneficial AI movement. And you also have technoskeptics. So the technoskeptics says that this will not happen in 100 years. Maybe it will happen in 300 years, or maybe it will never happen. So now another thing that is important here when we talk about AI is about AI and ethics. So there has been an experiment called the moral machine. So the moral machine is an experiment here where you get a situation. So one type of a situation could be this, that you get a situation where you have a self-driving car that is going towards a zebra crossing, and then you have some pedestrians crossing this zebra crossing. And then the question is, what should this self-driving car do? Should it prioritize humans or pets or the passengers in the car over the pedestrians, more lives or fewer lives, women over men, and so on? So this test has been taken by millions of people here. And we will have a look here at what some of the responses have been. And one interesting thing also to think about is, should the car actually take action or not? Maybe it can say that, this situation, I can't really decide what to do, so I'm giving over the steering wheel here to the humans. But what we can see here is that there is a cultural element into this. So we can see that countries that are much more individualistic are much more likely to spare the young people than the old. So for example, United Kingdom and United States versus Japan and China, which is much more group focused. And we can also see here, the same here with, they are much more likely to spare more lives, also from United Kingdom and United States versus China and Japan. And how do you want to spare pedestrians or passengers? Then we can also see here that there actually is cultural differences between countries like Japan and United Kingdom or United States and China. So what is important here is to think that, if we as humans can't really decide on what is the moral or ethical right thing to do, then how can we then think that the software system that we have created, that should be able to give a moral perfect answer. So what is important for us to realize here is that it's heavily dependent both on where we have developed our machine learning algorithms, but also dependent on what kind of data has been used, who was developing it, how was it tested, and so on. So that brings us into something called Fallon here, which is a tool. So one of the challenges here when we work with AI is that AI has a tendency to treat people unfairly. So we can recognize here that fairness is something we call a socio-technical challenge. So there is both societal basis in the data sets that we're using, and we have societal biases when we develop and deploy our machine learning algorithms. So some example where this has been a problem here is, for example, there was some company that developed an automated resume screening system where they found out that since women were underrepresented in tech, then it led to fewer employment opportunities for women. And we also have facial recognition systems that are not able to recognize people with a particular skin tone or skin color because it hasn't been trained on that type of data. And we also have problems with machine translation systems. For example, there are some languages which are gender neutral, like for example, Turkish. So if we translate a sentence here that he or she is a nurse, it will always come back to she is a nurse when you translate it over to English here, regardless of what it actually was in the beginning here. And you could also have image search. If you search for a CEO, for example, it will return just images of men. So we can also talk about two different situations here, one that we called a quality of service harm, and an example here is a voice recognition system that may fail to work as well for women as it does for men. And that's also a common problem with some of the more popular voice recognition devices that are out here on the market. And we also have something we can call allocation harm. So you can imagine a system for screening a loan or job application, and it might be much better at picking a good candidates among white participant or white men than among other groups. So then we can introduce here Fairlearn, which is actually an open source toolkit, but it is now also integrated into Azure Machine Learning. But it is still an open source toolkit that you can use regardless here. So this is an example here of a classification problem. So some people want to take a loan, and then the question is, would you be able to take this loan or not? And then what we want to decide here is we want to see how fair is our machine learning algorithm. So we decide what feature would we like to evaluate our model's fairness on. And this example, we take gender here as our feature. And then we say, how do we want to measure performance here? So we say that we want to have accuracy as a performance measure. So here is the probability of actually getting a loan here. So we can see that there is actually a disparity here on 12.5%. That is based on gender. So on average, you can see here that 16.4% will actually get the loan, but there is 21% of the male will get loan, but only 6.35% of women. So we can see here that we say that there's a 15% disparity rate, and we should try to do something about it. So what we can use is we can use Fairlearn, and we can create a new model that we can train here using something called a fairness constraint. And in this case, we are using something called a demographic parity. And when we use this, then we will get a new selection rate, which is much more fair. So as you can see here on the picture, we get for male, it's 17%, and for female, 15.5%. So that's much more fairer than what we had here initially. And we can also compare our mitigated model with our original model and see how it has affected our accuracy, because that was our performance measure. And here we can compare it, and then we can see here that the accuracy has dropped here from 84.4% to 82.1%. So that's not so much, but we can see that this disparity has actually been reduced from 15% to 1.63%. So that's a very good result if you can take that accuracy reduction with a couple of percent, you will have reduced the disparity with a lot. And as I said, you will find this inside the Azure Machine Learning if you want to use that, or you can use it as an open source toolkit too. Now I'm about here to finish off my presentation here, so I just want to touch about something called collective intelligence. So collective intelligence is, nothing new. It's been known for a long time that a group of people have a much higher probability of finding a great result than a set of individuals. But the question is, can we find like a single factor that can determine that we can call collective intelligence for when does this actually happen? So they've done a lot of studies around this to find this factor. So they found 3 different factors here in a study. So one of the factors is something called the average social perceptiveness. And that's a test that you can actually do yourself. So what it deals about is the ability to be able to read the emotion of another person just by observing the eyes of the person. So if you search on this, you can actually do this test yourself. And the second factor here is the participation in group conversation. So here they say that it's really important that everyone in the group needs to be able to speak their mind. You shouldn't have any people that are really dominant people in the groups here. And the third one is the participation of women in the group, because they found out the more women in the group, the more intelligent groups because of this social perceptiveness that I was just talking about. So for us, what this means is that for us as individuals, we need to be good at working together, we need to have good interpersonal skills, and we also need to have devices and systems that can understand our emotions. And this is the whole field here of effective computing. So I have some references here if you want to learn more about this topic. So first we have this book by Rosalind Picard called Effective Computing that started everything. So that's a good reference book to understand what is sort of the history and where does all of this come from. And then we also have the blueprint for effective computing here by Klaus Scherer and Tanja Bensinger. And we also have the Oxford Handbook of Effective Computing by Calvo, De Mello, Gratsch, and Kappas. So with that said, I would like to thank all of you here for coming to my session. And if you want to reach me, you can reach me either here on Twitter, on my handle, which is Agrevlis, or you can reach me on the email address that you can find here on the slide. And I will also be available here throughout the conference. So before we finish, we would once again like to thank all of our sponsors, our main event sponsor, Microsoft, our platinum sponsor, and all of our gold sponsor. But generally, all of the sponsors that are here, we would like to thank you so much for supporting us for creating this event. So thank you so much. And we also have time here for some questions too here. So we have a question here from the corner.
Yes, so I have a couple. So first of all, the face recognition. I think you've mentioned using it for identity. How would you handle the real-time response of it and privacy?
Yep.
Like, I mean, the biggest problem with this is obviously, you know, how do you actually get your customers to agree that you're monitoring the facial expressions throughout shopping experience?
Yeah. So the question was, how can you actually take into account both the privacy of the participants and also how can you handle, the latency when you need to do this machine learning algorithm and you need to send a request here back and forth here. So first of all, I should say that many of these examples has been taken in countries such as China, for example, where they have a totally different set of rules. So I think what is important here for us is to realize that these are some of the things that are possible to do, but it's not always that we have things that are possible to do, which is actually a good thing to do. So then it's, I think what is important here is to realize that we can do this, but should we do it? So I think that's why it's very important to raise the awareness here of what AI can actually be used for. And then the second thing was about about the time here to make this call here. So what you can do here is you could imagine that maybe you're not sending all of this through the internet or through a mobile network. You could do this directly on the device, for example here. So there are different types of applications here, but I think there is a huge opportunity here for making machine learning right on the device.
Thank you.
And we also have, we have one question here.
Thank you very much. That was fascinating presentation on really interesting subject. In terms of the Japanese work that's being done in robotics, how advanced is that? Is it a study? Is it a pilot? Is it advancing at pace? Because obviously the global population demographic is probably similar to the UK. In that people are born with complex needs and a lot of people kind of picking up, people in the NHS, etc., the demands on services. So how is that playing out? Is that international study? Is there interest in that from different countries?
Yeah, so the question here was about this Japanese study here or the experiments here with having robots helping out the elderly people due to this lack of younger people to take care of them, and also the recognition that maybe we have a similar situation here in the UK. What is what has the experience been? As far as I know, this has actually been implemented large scale in Japan. So it's not just some individual tests or tryouts. But I'm not sure here if there's been any longitudinal studies or long-term studies of what it is. But probably that I can probably see if I can find something out about that. Yes. Mm.
Fantastic work that's
mhm.
it's really important because it's actually it's a reality, isn't it? Once
Yeah.
it's out there, it's not something that
Mm.
we kind of just ignore it.
Yeah.
And it becomes a thing around politics, as you
Yes.
say in China, where
Yeah.
there may be some different rules and regulations or
Mhm.
it's how citizens decide themselves or how advanced
Mhm.
this will go, isn't it?
Yeah, so the comment here was about that it's also important here, also in this elderly people example here, to take into account that, maybe there are things that we can do, but maybe it's not, the right thing to do. And it's important to have a debate about this, maybe even before we start to introduce it, because, sometimes when you introduce a technology, then it can be quite difficult to scale it back, to reduce things. So it's much better to take things from the start here. And also have a comment here from.
Yeah, you were mentioning a lot about disparities between, for example, the loan, whether it was male or female. Wouldn't it not be possible to just completely omit that data from the actual training of the model? Like, why would it actually be necessary to input whether it's a male or a female into the data in the first place if it's causing such big disparities? Can I just totally remove it and take into account the actual factors that are important when making a loan application?
Yeah, so the question here, or the comment, was about this example that we had about this loan application that, we saw here that there was a disparity, gender-based disparity, but maybe why don't we just remove that feature or the gender from the data? But the thing is that, maybe we need this gender thing. We would like to use it for some other type of analysis. So that's the reason why we don't want to remove it. And this was just about gender. There could be other, could also be a disparity in age, for example, or in education. So this goes much further than only gender. So it's, disparity or unfairness in general. How can we actually do that? Because we know that that is actually a big problem when working with machine learning algorithms, that we will take with us the bias that we introduced even from the get-go when we started to collect our data. And how can we actually, what can we do to do that? So, in an ideal world, we would like to collect, so we have, about the same amount of data on everything, but we're not living in an ideal world here. So we need to try to find some way that we can mitigate these consequences. Yes. So do we have any more questions here? Okay, then I just wish you a continued good Scottish Summit. Thank you so much.
So it is time to start. All right. Hello and welcome everybody, all of you in this crowded room. I get it, it's almost lunchtime. That's okay, that's okay. My name is Maran. I'll be talking a little more about myself very soon after the thank you to the sponsors. And I have to say, every time they're great. This time they're great as well. They bring lots of swag. So nice backpacks if you've been up to the 9th floor, signed up for that Cloud Skill Challenge, get a nice shirt. I saw those blue Azure jackets, they were pretty nice as well. So good swag this year. So thank you to the sponsors for the swag. I mean for in sponsoring as well, yes. That's me. I am not a panelist. I was a panelist yesterday, yeah. I'm from Belgium. I've been an Office Apps and Services MVP for a few years now, and I mainly do what I call productivity coaching for companies, which is mainly stuff to do around adoption and just best practices around things. If you have heard about me, it's probably because of this little podcast that I do together with Steve Dalby, called Office 365 Distilled, where we are talking about something in Office 365, mostly governance or adoption related. And then we always end with a whiskey tasting because we just like whiskey. Some people have said that we should do the whiskey tasting before we talk about technology. That made it more interesting. We've tried that a few times. It didn't go very well, so nope, not doing that again. All right, so I have tons and tons and tons of slides, but don't worry, most of them will just be for structure. What am I going to talk about today? First, I want to start off with the Mocha framework. I don't know if you know about the Mocha framework. Not really? Okay, that's cool. Policies and settings that we can do, how to make meetings great again. Let's walk through some scenarios. And I also want to end with something that I think is super, super, super interesting, but that not a lot of organizations are doing, is to actually track your meeting culture. And we can do that with workplace analytics. So that is really super cool. Anyway, first of all, yesterday I was going to bed pretty early and I was working on my slides. Hey, Phil. And I was working on my slides and I saw something in my RSS feed coming through from Swoop Analytics. And they just brought out a new analysis just yesterday. And one of the things that they were analyzing was time spent in meetings. So are we really spending that much time in meetings? And what they actually saw in their analysis was that just 10% of the staff in an organization are actually responsible for over 40% of all the meetings, of all the time in meetings spent. And that about 50% of the staff would only contribute to about 6% of the meetings. So if we are talking about people that are really busy in meetings, it's actually, most of the time will just be like a fraction of the people that we need to target for that. So I definitely wanted to put that in here just for some context as well, because I think it's a pretty spectacular finding that they did. I need to check with my customers if that's actually the case, because I don't feel like that this is right. So yeah, I really want to double check on that. Now, the Mocha framework. Mocha framework is something that I really like and that I use a lot with my customers. It's actually Microsoft's way of explaining which tool you want to use when. So there's a free presentation that you can download if you search for Mocha. They've got a Power App even, where you can say, okay, this is my scenario, and then it will say, okay, you need to use this application. They've got a really nice PowerPoint for this as well. Starting from the individual person, needs to do a bunch of tasks, needs to do a bunch of work-life balancing acts, and there are a number of applications for that. That person works in a team, and within that team we need to do some things team-based. Works in an organization, has a manager, has upper management, and might also take part in some community events. So this is very short Mocha breakdown. Now, if we add some extra people, because the Mocha framework really starts from just you as an organization, and it doesn't really account for all the external parties that we work with. So for me, I'm a consultant, so I almost do 100% of my work is all with customers or partners, suppliers, external consultants, whatever. So I'm always working with external people. Also, if you are working within a organization, you will probably have a manager, unless you're the CEO. But the reason why I wanted to add the Mocha framework is that we can actually track or add a bunch of meeting scenarios based on how we work within an organization. So, for example, if I'm working in a team, we might have daily stand-up meetings. We might have project update meetings like steering committees and stuff like that. We might do workshops if we want to deep dive into certain things. With my manager, I will probably have regular one-on-ones. Maybe from my organization, we would like to organize some town hall meetings or all-hands meetings. Where the CEO or the whatever kind of manager talks to everyone in the organization about the future and how we're doing. And we also might have some community meetups, like if we're taking part in a community. So those are a bunch of meeting scenarios that might happen when you work in an organization. Now, if you want to organize a Teams meeting, let's say that over the last few years, we had a few opportunities to get it right, with everybody starting to work from home, now everybody going back to the office. So there are a bunch of things and policies and settings that you can do and that you can take care of. So very briefly, what are the options to set up a meeting? We've got the Meet Now functionality in Teams. We can create an Outlook meeting, a meeting within a channel, a webinar, or even a live event. And if we take a look at the policies and the settings that we can set around that, so we've got two ways of doing that. So on the one hand, we can do that tenant-wide, so for the whole organization. Those are the Teams admin settings and policies. There we can do things like, do we want to allow audio, video, recording, how long do we want to keep the recording, what do we want to do with automatic transcription, content sharing, who can share content, what do we want to do with guests and participants. And then on the other hand, also per meeting, you can also set a number of extra settings. Now, there are a few, if you do this company-wide or tenant-wide, there are a few of two very distinct implementation types of policy. So on the one hand, you can set something up per organizer, for example, automatically admitting people into the meeting, so without having to wait into the lobby, or allow video. On the other hand, you could also set policies per user, for example, allowing them to create Meet Nows. And on the third side, you can also have per organizer and per user, for example, allow cloud recording, so allow Office 365 to record your meetings. Now, why is this important? Well, for some of my customers, we've actually set up a low bandwidth policy. We've done that for a number of people having to work from home and don't have a really good internet connection. So what we've done for them, for example, was we created a custom policy called limited bandwidth. We disabled audio and video, so we disabled the cloud recording, we disabled the video, we disabled screen sharing, whiteboard, and the shared notes. And then we also added users to the policy that were having this, so every time they would create a meeting, this would happen for them. So that at least they would have like a good meeting experience even with their small broadband or low bandwidth capability. So, something that you've probably seen, because I'm guessing you all have Teams meetings multiple times every day, something that you probably have seen now is that when you record a meeting, that it will now say something like, this meeting will self-destruct in 60 days. So that is something that was added a few months ago, or last year somewhere. And that is something that you can change within your organization. So if you want to change this into after 1 week or after 2 years, 5 years, you can actually do that. There's a setting that you can set up for that. A second tip is to customize your meeting invites. So I still get sometimes meeting invites from other companies where they don't have a logo or a help URL or whatever. And from an accessibility standpoint, that might be very important to get that right. I also like to see who I'm getting invites from. Also, as I said, I'm a consultant. I've got 6 email clients, and adding a logo really helps me to see if I'm creating this meeting from the right account. So sometimes I'm working for a customer, I want to make a meeting for that customer, and then I'll just click on create a meeting and I'll see my own logo there. So I know, okay, no, I should do that from my customer's Outlook account. So that helps me a lot. Now, we have something called the Great Return. So we've all been working from home for a few years. Now we need to go back to the office. So how do we deal with those two big parts? So people who are working from home versus people who are working in the office. How can we make sure that if people are sitting in a meeting room and people who are watching from home, but that the people watching from home don't feel left out? I had that last week when I was working from home, and there were 2 people in a meeting, and we were talking about some problem that they were having, and then the one person would just pick their laptop and say, see, I've got this problem. And that's very cool, but I couldn't see what they were showing, so I was left out for that. So how can we make sure that we don't do that? So same thing for traveling. So these days it's kind of normal for people to work wherever they are, which also means while traveling. I've done that a few times as well when I had to bring my daughter to ballet class and I had to drive back, and I had 20 minutes in the car, so I would just be in the meeting while I'm in the car, which is great if it's just a talk or just some brainstorming. But if somebody's showing something on their screen, I'm left out because I'm traveling. So those are things that you need to take into account. Now, if we're talking about the Great Return, I don't know what the experience is for you, but there are a few, let's say, thought leaders or organizations that have specific views on that. So Microsoft, for a number of years, have already said, we don't care where you're working. If you want to come to the office, you're more than welcome. We will have good coffee for you, and we will have nice meeting rooms. If you want to work from home, we don't care, just as long as the work gets done. Elon Musk, who I have always seen as very outward thinking, very forward thinking, future vision, actually last week or 2 weeks said, I think in a tweet even, like, yeah, it's been all fun and games, but now please come back to the office full time, because we can't build rockets or we can't build the next Tesla car if you're all drinking coffee at home. We need you to be here in the office. What my customers are saying, work from home, come back to the office 2 or 3 days in a week. And I think that's kind of fair. So working from home has benefits. Being in the office, of course, also has lots of benefits. Now, if we talk about meetings, that is difficult if you want to create a meeting and you don't know who is going to be there actually in the office or who is going to be at home. So do I need to book a meeting room for 12 people, 15 people, 2 people, or can I stay at home as well? Thankfully, Microsoft, is going to do something about that, and that is changing how we can RSVP into meetings. So instead of saying, yes, I will attend, you will now, later, be able to say, yes, I will be there in person, or I will attend virtually. I have a customer in the Netherlands, and they had this problem just last week. It's a company that that works with external experts around environmental issues. And for every project that they do, it's a government company. For every project that they do, they would have 2 meetings, normally in the office, of course with COVID, all virtual. And now that everybody's going back to the office, they can choose. So we had one guy coming from all the way from an outskirts from the Netherlands. He had to travel 2 hours to get into our main office in Utrecht, in the center of the Netherlands, just to find out that he was the only one there. Everyone else was just working from home. So the only thing we could do was give him a coffee, give him a cookie, and sit him in one of our meeting rooms where he could follow the whole thing virtually as well. So he's just lost 4 hours of work just because he thought everybody was going to be there and everybody was going to be virtual. So this will definitely help in a lot of those scenarios. So you should also look at the formality level within organizations. So because I'm working with a bunch of organizations, I always see different things. For some customers, everybody always has their webcam on. For other customers, nobody has it on. And I'm the only one because I always have it on, because I invested a lot in a nice background and good lighting, so it needs to pay itself back. So I always have my camera on. Do you want to use the raise hand feature, or is everybody just talking to each other and just asking questions? What's the dress code? I know that you probably know Louise Freze, maybe you don't. She's always talking about working in her pajamas. That's fine, but maybe... I also noticed this because before the corona hit, I was always in a nice suit, going to my customers, and as soon as I was working from home, I was just wearing speaker shirts that were like 8 years old. And it really took quite some time to get that into my head that, no, I'm still working for my customers. They can still see me. I still have to look properly dressed. So what about background blur? What about our company-approved meeting background images? Because that's also something that we saw. Microsoft brought out those Teams background images that you could set for yourself. So everybody was doing pictures of their dogs and their cats and whatever. Now, if we want to be like properly standing in front of our customers, do we want to have these company-approved meeting background images as well? So things that you need to take a look at, like, as a company, how do we want to move forward with this meeting culture? Oh yeah, so there's a picture of that as well. So make meetings great again. So I'm pretty sure you will all remember that before the corona hit, we had these meetings for a 1-hour meeting presentation with 200 slides with lots of text, and I will read everything out word for word. So I really hope that we don't have that anymore. So we want to make meetings great again. So I'm just going to give you a bunch of tips to make your meetings be worthwhile again. So before the meeting starts, the first thing you have to ask yourself, could this meeting be an email? Do we actually have to have a meeting? Because we're always having meetings from the morning to the evening. So could this meeting be an email? If it really needs to be an email, okay, cool. Then what we can do, for example, is, I don't know if you've already set this in your own Outlook, is that make every Outlook meeting a Teams meeting by default. I know a lot of customers have actually make sure that everybody in your organization has that. So that's definitely a good one. Also, the other one on this screen is something that not everybody uses, but I think is super valuable, definitely in the corona pandemic time or when people are working from home is to make sure that your meetings end a little shorter. Because I've got meetings from 9 to 10, from 10 to 11, from 11 to 12. I don't have time to go to the bathroom. I don't have time to grab a coffee. So if you do this, end meetings 5 minutes or 10 minutes earlier, everybody has time to actually do something. We also had that before Corona, when we would have to go into a meeting room, and then we would have a meeting after that. So we had to travel, we had to walk around, maybe to another building, in order to be in the other meeting. And everybody was always 5 or 10 minutes late because they had to come from another building, they had to walk for 5 minutes in between meetings. So this is actually the same thing, so give people the courtesy to do something like that. Now, I was just talking about Louisa, taking her as an example. She actually said this yesterday, and it really struck a nerve with me. She said, no agenda, no attenda. So make sure you've got a meeting agenda if you create a meeting. So make sure that everybody knows what you will be talking about, what is expected from them, and should they actually be there? Or should they actually give that meeting to somebody else, or just give their input on email or something else? So make sure you've got a meeting agenda. Now, next thing that you need to do if you're going to create a meeting is find the best meeting time. So you've got your scheduling assistant, you could use Find Time. One of the new things that's just being released right now is the Bookings with Me functionality. I don't know if you've ever used Bookings. I actually used it for my girlfriend's work. She works with elderly people with Alzheimer. In the corona pandemic time, they would only have like 2 meeting rooms where people could visit their grandparents and stuff like that. So we actually used Bookings so that people could book a meeting room with that person in a slot. Now, there's a new functionality coming out, rolling out right now. It's called Bookings with Me, so people can actually book a meeting with you on a certain time slot. So that's very cool. Also, when is a good time to meet? When is a good time to have a conversation? We're bringing kids to school these days. Some people have an after-lunch dip, so is it really a good idea to have this important workshop at 1 o'clock after lunch? Maybe not. What about free days or meeting-free days, like no meeting Fridays? I know a few organizations have set something up like that, like a no meeting Friday, no meeting Monday. So you need to be aware of that as well. So I also love that picture of that battleship where they say, look, is this slot, will this work for you? Yes. So I wanted to add that as well. Now, something that I just sent to Rob this morning as well, thank you, Rob, for being here, is for people who are creating lots of meetings with lots of people. So if you create a meeting, you send an invite, you will get 20 responses back. Now, what this actually does is that you can say, if people are just accepting the meeting and they don't write anything else in the meeting, I don't want to get that email. I wanted to update my tracking information so that I can see who is coming or who is not coming, but I don't want to get all those emails. Because every time that email comes in, every time you get this little bling, you're distracted. So with this, you can actually turn that off. So I think that's a very helpful one that I just learned about a few weeks ago. So then you've got your meeting, and there are a bunch of meeting options that you can set. Like, do you want to have a lobby? Do you want people to come into your meeting and have to wait in a lobby? Or can they already come in and talk to each other? Yeah. Do we want to have a chat functionality, or do we want to disable that? What kind of applications do we want to add to our meeting? Do we want to have like forms? Do we want to have a whiteboard? Do we want to have something else? Are we going to use a together mode? Together mode is one of those functionalities that should reduce your cognitive load by showing everyone in the same room. What are presentations that we're going to have? Are we going to use PowerPoint Live? If it's just going to be a PowerPoint, do we want to do something else? Do I need to change from one application to the other? Do we want to use breakout rooms? Do we want to lock our meeting so that people can't come in after a certain time? And who can actually start the meeting? If I'm the organizer of the meeting, I'm a bit late, is it okay if somebody else from my organization already starts the meeting so that they can already start meeting? So those are things that you need to think about if you are setting up your meeting. Setting up your meeting apps, I don't know if you've already done something like this, like for example, setting up forms in your meeting. You can just do that by adding an extra tab in there, asking the questions, setting up the answers, and then while you have the meeting, you can actually launch the poll and everybody will see that popping up on their screen. So that was before our meeting. Now we are actually going to have our meeting. So the first one is try to be on time. So that also jumps back to the other tip that I gave you about ending meetings earlier so that you can make sure that everybody is there on time. A tip that I got from somebody else was spend the first few minutes just talking about off-topic things. That is something that we've all done when we were, before Corona, all working in the office. We would walk in, oh, John, long time no see, how are the kids, blah, blah, blah. Just a few minutes. We've all done that anyway while everybody was walking in. So it's always a good thing to do that here as well so that we just ease the tension, we feel more grounded, we just get out of our chest, these things, so, and also feel more connected. Next tip shouldn't be a surprise. Try to bring out the best in you. I still have so many people that I'm meeting that really want to go the extra mile and put on their camera, but the image is very bad. Or people who are meeting with their phone and they're actually meeting like this, so I'm actually counting their nose hairs. So that's, it's not always that good. Same thing with audio material. Like microphones, invest in a microphone. Don't just use the microphone from your laptop. It's just not that good. It's not that expensive anymore these days. Probably if you talk to some of the vendors and if you don't have like a proper headset, probably one of those vendors will probably have one for you as well if you don't want to spend any money. And then, of course, use the proper tools for the kind of meeting that you're having. If you're having a workshop, try to add a whiteboard, for example. If you're having a webinar, try to add forms, a poll for the meeting. Also, a tip that I want to give you, and it's a tip that I'm trying to give to everyone that I talk to when it comes to meetings and presenting, is try to use PowerPoint Live instead of just sharing your screen. If you're sharing your screen, that actually means that every pixel on your screen is being transmitted to everyone. And if you have a large meeting or a long meeting, that will result in a lot of bandwidth traffic, especially if you're all working in the same building and everybody's following it on their own laptop. That will give you lots of network traffic within the building itself. So if you're just sharing if it's just a PowerPoint that you're doing, try to present it with PowerPoint Live, so that will only stream the PowerPoint itself to everyone, so drastically reducing your network bandwidth. So very important one to do. Now, after the meeting, of course, and I know that this is super boring and nobody wants to do this, it's just like writing comments when you're coding. Nobody wants to do that. It's like creating documentation after you build something. Nobody wants to do it. Same thing with meeting notes. Nobody wants to do it. But please, please, please try to make some good meeting notes afterwards. What I really recommend to do is use a template for this. So you can have templates in OneNote, for example. and really try to do it that way. It will make it easier for you to write them. It will make it easier for everyone else to read them. This is just something that I pulled from Google, or Bing, I should say, sorry. No, it was Google. But you can find your own, maybe add some colors for your own company or whatever. But this will make it so much easier to write your meeting notes. And yeah, it's just really useful for people who couldn't be in the meeting, for example. They could watch or rewatch the meeting if it's recorded, but this will just save so much time. All right, let's talk about some meeting scenarios. So one of the meeting scenarios that we touched on earlier when I was talking about the Mocha framework was our Scrum daily stand-up meeting. So how could we do that within our organization? It could be a recurring channel meeting, for example. So we might have a channel called Scrum for a project, and that could be a recurring channel meeting. We would have it full collaboration. Everybody could do whatever they want on there. We don't want to record it because it's just a short meeting every day. We might want to have a planner board in the channel as well, so that we can all look at the tasks that we need to do. Now, if you are going to do recurring meetings in Teams, be very aware of this thing. Don't cancel a recurring meeting in Teams, because if you do, it will just delete all the meetings that you've ever had. It will also delete the chat. It will delete everything that's linked to it. So a better way to do it is to actually go in there, change the meeting series, and just set the end date to the last meeting that you had, so that you still have the chat, if that's important, if that's being used. So that's a very important or a very good tip if you want to do recurring meetings.
I learned that the hard way.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Is this something they are going to keep?
Yeah, it's a feature. It's not a bug. Yeah. No. No, I've got no idea. I've got no idea. No. Yeah.
There's loads of weird and wonderfuls when it comes to meetings and Teams.
There's a lot of weird stuff happening with meetings in Teams. That is very true. Yeah. All right. Oh, sorry. Yeah. People want to take a picture. Good. All right. So next scenario might be a steering committee. So you need to present the status of your project to a bunch of important people that make much more money than I do. So that might be an Outlook meeting. You really want to have like a proper meeting agenda for these things. You might even want to record these, make these available afterwards, but then you need to make sure, like, if I'm going to create those from my own account, those will be saved in my OneDrive. Do I want to keep it in the OneDrive? Do I want to move it into the project folder or something like that? How long do I want to keep this one? Do I want to keep this until we've got the next meeting, so that people can rewatch the last meeting? Alternatively, use a channel meeting to have all the recordings there if you want to. Now, the next scenario might be a workshop. Now, I'm always in favor of just doing these in person, because for me personally, I always like to draw on a whiteboard, and I just don't feel personally that the Teams whiteboard is there yet. I know they're working on it. They just released a bunch of features over the last few months, but for me, it just doesn't work that way. I'm always someone that walks around in meetings and draws on whiteboards all the time. So I feel like workshops, even definitely when it's with customers, I always try to do those in person. Definitely now, after the pandemic, I know we've got monkeypox coming, but that's far in the future. But yeah. So that's what I try to do. The one-on-one reviews with the boss man, I try to keep those as Outlook meetings as well, where you can share, where you can present. Maybe you want to have your Viva Insights there as well, where you can actually say, this is how I work, these are my working hours, this is how I try to book focus time for myself, things like that, to make sure that you can show to your boss how you like to work. Yeah? Of course, you want to turn on your webcam if it's not a face-to-face meeting. You don't want to record these things because they, of course, contain sensitive material, and you might even want to close the meeting if it's really confidential and you feel like somebody might jump in. Now, on the other hand, we, for example, have a community meetup. So I know for larger organizations, they've got tons of communities going on. So smaller organizations might have like a mountain bike club or a soccer club or whatever. But larger organizations might have large community meetups. Those will typically be like a webinar. Might even be a live event, but most of the time it will be like a webinar. Do you want to have some kind of registration? Do you want to ask a number of things to the people? You probably want to have like attendees and presenters separated, where the attendees can't have video or probably on mute, but might want to have a chat open. And you might want to promote a certain attendee to a presenter if they really want to ask a question, something like that. You might want to get some sentiment analysis done on that as well. You might want to ask some questions in a poll.
One of the things we do, Maureen, which we started doing with Luke's group, is that we do a community thing. We do a presentation for 20 minutes, and then we split everybody out into breakout rooms. So that way everybody gets a bit of a conversation, get a conversation going. We give them a couple of icebreaker questions, and it's really working really well. That's just a
Yeah. So for the people who are watching at home, so really good comment from Phil, trying to do like shorter meetups and break up the meeting or the community meetup in small breakup rooms? No, breakout rooms, that's it. Not breakup rooms. So that would be horrible. No, it could be useful, yes. Breakout rooms so that they can also all talk to each other and everybody can say something. And yeah, I think that's actually a good idea as well. Yeah. Cool. Something that I also played with and that I also think is pretty fascinating is the functionality to create your own meeting room. I know we've all... a lot of people have done that with the Muppets, where you have those people on the wall or in a Star Wars image or whatever. But you can also do that if your your physical meeting rooms have like a really proper look. So I've got a few customers, and a few years ago, they really spend a lot of money in how the interior design was for that company. So they bought all kinds of very fancy furniture and stuff like that. So we actually created a together mode to show people sitting there. And now there's a functionality, I think it's rolling out, or it was announced that it's gonna roll out, where you can actually say, okay, this is together mode, because the together mode is just for you. I want to show this together mode to everyone in the meeting so that everyone has the same experience. I don't know if it's rolling out or if it's in preview. Yeah. So yeah, exactly. In a few weeks it will probably be there. So that's definitely something how you can bring people together as well. You might also have a company town hall meeting. So depending on how large your organization is, I've got a customer that has around 60 people. They're just doing it in a weekly meeting where they just have everyone on there for 30 minutes. They record it so that you can watch it later if you weren't there. But I also have organizations that have a few 10,000s of people worldwide, where they probably want to do something better like this. Microsoft actually has a monthly, I think, meeting where the CEO is doing some Q&A and some talk about around how they work and where they go to. That is a very specific case because they've got 100,000 people worldwide or something. But they actually wrote it down, so there's a document or a presentation that you can download or a playbook around how they have done that. But that's with producers and video people and audio people and a bunch of things, and there's a lot of steps involved in that. But that's really like a professional way to set that all up. But if you're interested, or if you have like a large company and you want to do something like that as well, it might be useful. There are some really good tips and tricks in that document. Yeah, allow the engagement report. That's also a nice one that you can set up as well. Accessibility. Accessibility has been very important here at Scottish Summit, so we've got these wonderful people here as well helping us out. Thank you for that, by the way. So when you are doing meetings, try to keep that in mind as well. So, for example, if you invite people, don't just use a picture in your email with all the information on, because if somebody has visual impairment, they will not see it, and the reading material that they're using will not pick up what the text is on the image. So that might be something that you want to use. Use alt text. I know that this is something that we needed to do for our presentations as well. I know Jesper, for example, has spent a lot of time making sure that he's got good alt text in his session. Use inclusive language, not the typical "hey guys," but "hi everyone." It's always better. Video content has subtitles. That's something I haven't done, but I'm reading the text on my slides anyway, so that's okay. Use captioning, and think about using a sign language interpreter if you have like these town hall meetings for a bunch of people. That might be a very good way to be all-inclusive. There's a link to a Sway from Microsoft there that gives you much more information on how to set up accessible meetings. Now, the last part of the session is around workplace analytics. And this is something that I've only learned like a few months ago. And this has been a real game changer for some of my customers, because there are some extra licenses involved. Not everybody wants to set it up, but it can really track how you work in your organization. So this is not really part of the Viva thing, Viva Insights. It will be, of course, after some time. It's now still called Workplace Analytics. And what it can do is it can track how your organization does meetings. That's one of the things that it can track. So, for example, in this case, and these are slides coming, images coming from Microsoft. So, in this case, they're saying we've got total cost of low quality meetings, and that's 120 million, I guess, or something like that. So yeah, that's a Microsoft slide. Maybe it will be slightly less in your organization. But what I really love about this one, and I'm going to give you some examples of what it is tracking. For example, low quality meeting hours. What are low quality meeting hours? This is kind of like an umbrella category that looks at should you be in the meeting? Are you not a redundant person in the meeting? Maybe there are multiple layers of management in the meeting. Maybe that's not necessary. Maybe if you're a, I don't know, SharePoint consultant and there are 3 other SharePoint consultants in the meeting as well, maybe you shouldn't have 4 of those same people in the meeting. Maybe 1 is good enough. The other one that is being tracked is, for example, what are people doing while they are in the meeting? Are they actually writing emails while they're in the meeting? So that is being tracked because we've got graph technology behind it, which actually tracks everything that you do. And if it says, oh, you're actually in a meeting right now, but I also see you writing emails, so maybe you're not very involved in that meeting. Maybe you shouldn't be in that meeting if you're actually working. So this is, as I said, the umbrella category of low quality meeting hours. Now, why is this metric important? Why do we want to capture this? Because it's definitely a good indicator of how your meeting culture is. So it will help you make meetings more efficient. If you're multitasking, that will of course reduce productivity, because multitasking is a myth, just like the Loch Ness Monster. It's a myth, so it's not a real thing. And if you're doing email multitasking, it means that you only hear part of the conversation, you're not contributing to your full potential, and you might fail to know what needs to happen afterwards. Another thing that is being tracked is how many hours and how many attendees do we have in a meeting. So this is important because it's not always bad to have a large meeting, but if you have a lot of people in the meeting, it might be difficult to reach a decision. If we have 20 people in the meeting, not everybody, well, it's going to be difficult to reach that decision. Most of the time, a large group of the people will not be there for all those topics that you want to discuss in the meeting. So they are just disengaged, and they will start doing other things, and then they will forget to notice when their topic is on. It might also lead to just bad company culture. So if people feel like they have to be in the meeting, so when meeting attendance is more important, then yeah, you will have overly large meetings, which is not a good thing. So there's this thing called an 8-18-1800 rule, saying decision-making up to 8 people in the meeting, brainstorms up to 18 people, and international meetings 1800 or more. Another metric being tracked is duration of meeting hours. So how many meetings do you have that are longer than 1 hour? Because I don't know about you, and I know we've reached almost the 50 minutes of the session, but I don't know about you, but after 50 minutes, I'm kind of done for and I need a break. Not only a bathroom break or a coffee break, but it's also lunchtime, so I'm getting hungry, so yeah, I want to do something else. But it's not always bad to have a long meeting. For example, when you really want to drill down into a problem, or you have like a proper workshop where you want to talk through things, you could have a meeting that is 2 or 3 hours, because that might be the time that you need for that. But it could also indicate that your meeting lacks direction or focus, that you have not structured your meetings in an efficient way, so that you might probably have not created a meeting agenda, for example, so that you're not following that agenda. So difficult to retain focus, of course, and suggest poor meeting planning. Redundant meeting hours, so where people are, so the same people are in the same meeting, or multiple layers of management are in the same meeting. That gives you the opportunity to downsize those meetings. Lower level employees could feel less empowered. If there are 5 of the same type of people in there, they will just say, like, why am I here? My attendance is not very valuable here, because they felt the need to ask for more of those people that do the same thing as me. So that's not, yeah, I'm not empowered for this. And senior level managers might be better off by delegating that to other people as well. And then you've got the multitasking meeting hours, so where people are actually doing other things. So that might indicate that your employees are overloaded, that they feel the need to still be working while they should be paying attention to the meeting. So that means they've got too much to do. They're not engaged in the meeting, so that means they shouldn't be there anyway, because if you're just there for shits and giggles, then maybe you shouldn't be there. Also, if you've got a manager or a project leader that is doing that during the meeting, that might give a signal to the other people in the meeting or to the other employees underneath the manager that it's okay to do that, or that it might even be like a required thing to do, or like that we want you to do that. So that can lead to that being the norm in the organization, so leading to less effective meetings. Conflicting meeting hours is also one of those things, so where people actually have multiple meetings going on at the same time that they accepted. So yeah, of course, then you can't fully commit to that meeting. Maybe they'll just go there for one point or one meeting point of the 5 meeting points that you want to address in the meeting, and then they'll jump to the other meeting, and that is, yeah, on the one hand stressy and overburdening for those people, but they will also not be fully committed during the meeting as well. So if you have managers that do that a lot, they might say that the one-on-one meetings might be less important, so they might schedule it next week and the next week and the next week instead of doing them now. And that's critical for your employees, because if they always get moved back, then that might lead to disengagement for your employees as well. Now, wrapping up, because it's time and I'm hungry and I'm sure you are all hungry as well. If you got different meeting scenarios, it will require different ways of working, different setups. So analyze what you need, act accordingly, get proper tools for your people as well. I know we had Christmas half a year ago, but that was the perfect time to give everyone in your organization like a proper headset or proper video camera, for example. Communicate your policies and track your meeting culture. I think that's very, very, very important. And that can really be an eye-opener if you go into that workplace analytics mode. That can really bring out some unexpected results and can lead you to make a better company or a better organization. So with that, I want to thank the sponsors again. So be sure to visit them, get some swag. I know some people have weird things. I don't know who was at the party from Incremental yesterday. That was a good party. We had lots of beers. Lots of beers. So that was good as well. So definitely, yeah, go visit them. And with that, I want to thank you. And I'll be here for a few more hours. So if you have any questions, then feel free to come talk to me. Thank you.
So let's start with the session. Hello and welcome to my session about Azure Virtual WAN, the future of your WAN. Before we start, I'd like to say thank you to all of the sponsors of this session. Thank you to Microsoft, of the event sponsor, and for sure the Platinum and as well the Gold sponsors. About myself, my name is Hannes Lagler-Grüner. I'm a lead cloud architect in one of the biggest consulting companies in Austria named ACP IT Solutions. I'm working with public cloud more than 10 years in different areas. So I'm specialized into the classic infrastructure as well in security, automation, and so on. Since last year, I'm also a Microsoft Azure MVP. And if you want, you can visit me or you can find my social profile on Facebook, Twitter, Xing, LinkedIn. And I have for sure my private YouTube channel where you can also visit this session and as well much more sessions too. Okay, today we have a session about Virtual WAN. We have a huge agenda. First of all, we will talk about what is Virtual WAN, why should you use it, what are the benefits of Virtual WAN. Then we go ahead and talk about the architecture of Virtual WAN. We are covering the old architecture, so the traditional architecture, and as well the new architecture design version 1 and version 2 with Virtual WAN. Then we are going ahead and talk about the components from Virtual WAN, what you have to configure. Then the options that you have for branch office and headquarter connections. And at the end, we are talking about a short introduction about partner integration and monitoring. And at the end, I will show you Virtual WAN in action, so a really live demo, how Virtual WAN performs, how you can work with Virtual WAN and anything else. Okay, then let's start with Virtual WAN, but before we start, I'd like to give you the answer about what happens with my finger, and as well, this is the good starting point for my session today, what happened with my finger. So I have a discussion with my hedge trimmer, and at the end, I've lost. I go to the hospital and have some troubles here. And at the end, why should I not using a managed service to trim the hedge? And as well, this is for the private life, as well from the business perspective. So why you should do everything by your own? Why should you configure Virtual WAN connectivity, branch-to-branch connectivity? Microsoft built up a service named Virtual WAN, which can you help to implement or to achieve those solutions. Okay, so let's go ahead, and enough from me. So what is Virtual WAN? Why should you use it, and what happens? The official statement is Virtual WAN is a network service that brings many networking, security, routing functionalities together to provide a single operational interface. So this is the official statement, and on top to this statement, it's a hub and spoke network architecture, so you can build up hub and spoke network architecture over Virtual WAN. You can connect different Azure regions together, so at the beginning of your cloud journey, you have the discussion, okay, what kind or what Azure regions do you want to use for your architecture? And with this architecture, with this solution, you can connect all regions together. But it's not only for Azure, it's also for your branch, for your on-premise branches design, so you can connect your branch office, you can connect your headquarters as well. And at the end, you can use the global Azure network backbone to connect each branch office and each Azure regions together. But the question here is, what is so special about the global Azure backbone? And here's the answer. The answer is, you can see we have a huge landscape. We have more than 60 regions available over the whole world. So you can connect each regions together, and you can bring all regions, or you can bring the nearest connection point to your branch office. For example, when you have a branch office or headquarters in East US, you can also use the East US connection from Microsoft or the region to connect this branch office. We have more than 130 fiber subsea cables. We also have the Maria Sea cable, which is built by Microsoft, Facebook, and a third provider as well. And you have the ability to transfer 1.7 terabit per second in this connection. We have 170 edge connections and more than 500 partner connections and 20,000 peering connections over the whole world. Okay, so the architecture. From the architecture perspective, what is the traditional and what is the new way when we talk about Microsoft, when we talk about Azure? The first, the traditional way. So in this case, we have, for example, an MPLS network over our branch office, connecting our branch offices as well our headquarters. These offices are all connected to the main data center in my location. The problem here is we have different latency. So we have different latency, for example, from branch office 2 to the cloud. And when we think about MPLS, when we want to bring a new location to the MPLS environment, it has a long provisioning duration. And in many situations, the bandwidth is really bad because it's expensive. So when you add a new location and you want to pay for this location, it's really expensive. And in most situations, we are using a lower bandwidth because it's much cheaper than a faster connection. Okay, the problem here is more and more services are migrated or placed to the cloud. So we need a new network design. A new network design is needing for the services placed in Asia and also for the connection from the branch offices. What is the traditional way before Virtual WAN? You can do this in this way, so we can provision a VPN gateway in each region and also place or also peer other regions with this Virtual WAN network gateways together. But in this case, we have some problems because the configuration is more complex. It's really hard to expand the configuration. So when you have a new region, to assign this configuration to the existing architecture. We have no centralization. So the problem here is, where is the configuration? What is the right configuration? And this is also different in many situations on each region. The pro here is, for sure, you're connecting directly to the cloud. So the branch office and the headquarters connecting directly to the cloud. You have a lower latency between your branch office and to the cloud. And you're using the Microsoft backbone for the region interconnect. So this is the pro, what we have in this old way in the version 1 architecture. When we think about Virtual WAN, what is the benefit of Virtual WAN? This is a new way. In this case, we have Virtual WAN hubs provisioned in each region, and each branch office is connecting to the nearest Virtual WAN hub, and you're also using the Microsoft backbone for the interconnect between the regions. So the pros here are, it's less complex because you have a centralized configuration, you have a centralized monitoring as well, and the limitations here are much higher. So from the old architecture, you also have VPN gateway limitations. For example, when you're using VPN gateway 5, you have a limitation of up to 100 site-to-site VPN connection. You cannot connect more branch offices or more connections together. In this case, we have a much higher limitation, and it's less complex because you have a central pane where you configure everything in one pane. And at the end, you can also use a branch-to-branch connection, and over the branch-to-branch connection, you also use the Microsoft backbone if you want. For sure, we have also a con. In this case, it's up to 33% cheaper. The version 1 is up to 33% cheaper as the version 2. And the limitations are available, but it's much higher than in version 1. Okay, so let's go and let's talk about the components itself. When we start with Virtual WAN, we start to installing the Virtual WAN service itself. This is the central control pane. So inside the control pane, you configure everything. And the first, what you have to configure, or the decision what you have to clarify is what regions do you want to implement in Virtual WAN. It's the same discussion when you go to the Azure cloud, when you start your cloud journey, you have to discuss, okay, what kind of regions or what regions should you want to use. In this case, we are provisioning a Virtual WAN hub. In my case, in my demonstration, we have a provision of Virtual WAN hub in West Europe and East US 2. And inside the Virtual WAN hub, we can provision a Virtual WAN hub gateway with different options, so we will cover this a little bit later. And now, a new topic, a new thing, we can provision multiple virtual WAN hubs in each location. So you can provision, for example, 2 virtual WAN hubs in East US 2 if you want. And this is really important, virtual WAN hub is not the same like a VPN gateway. Why? You will see this in a few seconds later, because the limitations are much higher than the traditional VPN gateway. Okay, so the next hub, so when we are configured virtual WAN and the virtual WAN hub itself, we are thinking about the connectivity. Normally, we have automatically a hub-to-hub connection, so this is available when you provision virtual WAN hub, and then we go ahead and talk about, okay, how we connect the on-premise, the branch office or headquarter to this virtual WAN hub. We have here 3 options. We can use a site-to-site VPN connection, so from our headquarter over IPsec to the cloud. We can use an express route connection. We will cover this also a little bit later. Or we can use a point-to-site VPN connection from my laptop to the environment. And at the end, we can also connect for sure Microsoft virtual networks. So inside the Azure cloud, we can implement spoke networks. But here, keep in mind, we have a limitation. This is not a limitation from the virtual WAN hub itself. This is a peering limitation. So per virtual WAN hub, you can only connect up to 500 spoke networks. So you can connect 500 virtual networks to the virtual WAN hub. Okay. Then we have the connection, we have the connectivity represent, and then we can configure route tables if you want. So we have different options here available. You can use the default route table, or you can configure your custom route table. If you want to isolate some virtual WANs, virtual networks, or branch offices from other, you can define this over the route tables, or you can use at the end firewalls if you want. You can populate manually your routes to your branch office or to the virtual network, or you can configure dynamically propagation over BGP if you want. And at the end, we also need a virtual WAN hub site, and this represents the location, the branch location where you have to assign the public IP address from your branch location where you want to connect. And at the end is the virtual WAN hub site link. And this also represents the connectivity between the virtual WAN hub and your on-premise branch office, including the shared secret and also the connection, the speed as well. Okay, now we are ready, but keep in mind we have 2 virtual WAN hub types available. So we have the basic configuration and we have the standard configuration. What is the difference? When you're using the basic configuration, and this is only my recommendation when you have a single connection endpoint, you only have site-to-site VPN available. You don't have express route, you don't have point-to-site VPN connection available, only site-to-site VPN. You can connect virtual networks from the cloud for sure. You have the scaling options, so each virtual WAN have the ability to scale up manually and scale down if you want. And for sure you have high availability, so each virtual WAN hub, everything is provisioned with 2 instances in 2 different Azure regions, so you have a high availability available. Another really big point here is you don't have a hub-to-hub connection. So when you configure or when you provision a virtual WAN hub basic and want to provision this virtual WAN hub in East US and West Europe, you cannot use the basic because there's no hub-to-hub connection available. If you want, this functionality you have to upgrade to the standard, and this is possible from the basic, so you can upgrade from basic to standard, no problem, but you cannot revert back from standard to basic, keep this in mind. And the standard Virtual WAN Hub has the same functionality as the basic, but you have the hub-to-hub connection for sure, you have the express route and point-to-site VPN connection available, you have an any-to-any transit connectivity, and you cannot upgrade, you cannot downgrade from basic to Virtual WAN Hub. Okay, so that's are the components from Virtual WAN. Let's go ahead and talk about what options do you have to connect your branch offices and headquarters to Virtual WAN. The first is, we can see here, an architecture from a multi-region Virtual WAN solution. In this case, we have two regions, Region 1, Region 2, and as well some virtual networks connected from Asia. We have the option 1, a site-to-site VPN connection. We have the option 2, point-to-site VPN connection, and the option 3, express route. Let's go a little bit more in detail. The first thing that we have is a site-to-site VPN. You have the option here to connect multiple links from on-premise, so if you have more ISPs, you can connect different those ISPs to the Virtual WAN Hub. It's always redundant, so you can connect more ISPs to the Virtual WAN Hub, and it's an active connection. You can scale up each Virtual WAN Hub. Normally you are starting with one scale unit. This is the minimum of speed, minimum of throughput that you can choose. It's one scale unit is 500 megabits for each node, so you can use, so you get 2 500 megabit connections. You can scale up to 1,000, or you can choose 1,000 site-to-site VPN connections per hub, and this is the difference between Virtual WAN Hub and traditional site-to-site VPN hub. The site-to-site VPN has a maximum of 100 connections, and the Virtual WAN Hub up to 1,000 connections. You can use EQV1 or EQV2 for sure, and you have a FQDM-based IPsec or dynamic DNS support. And at the end, you can configure, if you want, a custom BGP configuration to propagate every routes dynamically. And for example, for AWS connection, you also have the ability to configure custom IP addressing. Okay, the next is point-to-site VPN. Keep in mind, this is only available in the standard configuration for standard Virtual WAN Hub. You can also scale up to 20 gigabit per second. You can scale up to 10,000 users per Virtual WAN Hub. From the connection perspective, you have different options. You can use certificate-based authentication or radius-based authentication. But from my point of view, the best option that you have here is the Azure Active Directory authentication. Why? Let's think about Office 365. When you're connecting to Office 365, you're using your user principal name, your password, and you also have the conditional access policies in place. For example, you have a second multi-factor authentication over your handy, over your mobile device, and so on. And you have here the same experience, so we can use, or we can download the Azure VPN client from the marketplace and configure the connection with the same options, with the same username and password, as well multi-factor authentication to connect to the Virtual WAN endpoint. And at the end, you can use, you have the ability to connect to other branch offices or to other VNets in the Azure cloud. And the last option that you have is express route. It's also available only in the standard hub configuration. You can scale up to 20 gigabit and have 8 circuits per region. You have the option here to implement the private peering. Private peering here is for the internal network, so for infrastructure service. And you can also implement Microsoft peering. Why should you use Microsoft peering? So let's think about a Microsoft storage account, for example. Microsoft storage account in the standard configuration is available or is accessible over a public IP address if you don't implement a private link. In this case, when you're using the standard configuration, your firewall admins have to allow the connection to the public IP address over the firewall. And when you are implementing express route, you have the Microsoft peering, and each public IP addresses will be propagated from Microsoft to your internet network, and the traffic will go over the Microsoft peering and not over the internet. In some situations, it's also possible to implement express route, and to encrypt the traffic, you can also use site-to-site VPN over ExpressOff if you want. Okay, that's about the branch office and the headquarter connection options that you have. And let's talk about, in a short few minutes, about the partner integration. We have here the ability to convert the virtual WAN hub to a secure hub. You can use here a checkpoint, you can use here a Cisco environment, you can also use Fortinet if you want. The cool thing here is everything is full automation able. So you can provision everything in the cloud over ARM templates, and you can also configure your firewall on-premise in one step. So the partner integration have here the ability to implement those in one step. And if you want, you can also use the Microsoft Azure firewalls. This is my recommendation in this case, to secure the connection between the two hubs and also have firewalls in place. And at the end, the monitoring. Monitoring is everything really important. Here you have two panes. Here you have two views. The first view is the virtual WAN pane. And here you can see a visual end-to-end connection. So is everything okay? Everything is working fine. You also get a metric overview about your connection endpoint, and these informations are stored into a log analytics store. And at the end, you also have the ability to use the network watcher to connect, to test your connection, to test the latency between your connection, and at the end, to bring an alerting option to your environment. Okay, that's about the theory. Let's go ahead and let's talk about, or let's show how is it really in action. So first of all, we have here our environment. This is our live environment. We have 3 regions in place. We have 2 regions in Asia in place and 3 branch offices. We have East US 2 and West Europe connected. We have different virtual networks in Asia connected. And we have 3 branch offices, 1 in the East US, 1 in UK, and 1 in West Europe. The first test is we are connecting over point-to-site VPN from my laptop to this environment. Then we go ahead and I will give you an overview about virtual WAN, so you will see the control pane, the central control pane, as well the configuration options that you have. Then we go ahead and make a connection test between branch-to-branch connection over the Microsoft backbone. We're also connecting from the branch office to the cloud and from the cloud, from the virtual network inside the cloud to another virtual network. Then we are testing a failover. So in this case, the West Europe and the East US branch office is directly connected. It's not connected over virtual WAN. The reason for that is we have a lower latency when we connect both branch offices together. And I will show you how fast we can fail over to the Microsoft virtual WAN if the direct connection is broken. And at the end, I will give you an overview about the monitoring options, what you have, and the automation options. Okay, so let's go to the live demo. In this case. Okay, first of all, the point-to-site VPN connection. We have here the client itself, so you can download the Azure VPN client from the Azure Marketplace, and you can configure the Azure VPN client. It's really simple, so you have to import the configuration, and the configuration in this case is an XML file, which is available in the Azure portal, and I will give you in a few seconds the location where you can find this configuration file. So we are now connected, and you can see I have all IP addresses from my virtual WAN available. In this case, not only from Asia, it's also from all other branch offices. And when we go to the Asia portal, you can see here we have the service itself, the Virtual WAN service. And inside the Virtual WAN service, you can see I've configured 2 hubs, one hub in West Europe and one hub in East US 2. With different configuration, the Virtual WAN hub in West Europe have 2 site connections and 1 point-to-site VPN configuration. And this is exactly where you can find the configuration file. So take a few seconds. When it's available, you have here the option to select the configuration. Here we are. And download the VPN profile. And when you have downloaded the VPN profile, extract it, import it, and you have the ability to connect to your virtual WAN. In this case, over Asia Active Directory. So you have an open VPN handle here configured with an Asia Active Directory authentication. So here you have to configure your audience. In this case, this is the service principal, the issuer, and the Asia Active Directory tenant where you have to authenticate. Okay, then we are connected in our environment, and the next point here is, this is the overview, this is the service, this is the central configuration pane for Virtual WAN. We have here different options. On the left side, you can see here we have the activity log, we have access control EM, so you can implement role-based access controls. We can also assign tags if you want. Here we have the configuration, and you can see I have here a standard virtual WAN hub type. You cannot revert back. So if you provision a basic, you can upgrade to standard if you want. And in this case, the hub-to-hub is enabled, and what you can choose is a branch-to-branch to disable or to enable if you want. Okay, so the next point here is we have 2 virtual WAN hubs, and when we have a look to the West Europe virtual WAN hub, you can see here, I have here different connectivity options. In this case, site-to-site VPN, I have provisioned one site-to-site VPN with 1 scale unit, and 1 scale unit means 500 megabits for each node. So every time when you install Virtual WAN, you always get 2 nodes, and each node have 500 megabits. And you can see here in the gateway configuration, the public IP addresses from VPN gateway instance 0 and 1. Okay, so inside the VPN Virtual WAN hub, in this case, the site-to-site VPN hub, we have to build up a VPN site. In this case, I have configured the site for UK. And here you can see the link. And the link represents the on-premise environment with the public IP address, with the BGP address, the link ASN, and the speed for this connection. At the end, we have here 2 connections, one for UK, one for West Europe. And you can also see here the route tables from the connections. So in my configuration, everything is configured over BGP, so the routes are propagated over BGP and this dynamically. And you can see here in a few seconds, the routes are automatically configured. Come on. Yes. So I have here my default route table. I'm sorry, not here.
So what's the difference between the default and the non?
The default, so when you propagate to default route table, all locations get the information, okay, what kind of routes are available. When you propagate to none, nothing gets the information, so no one gets the information. But you can configure your custom route tables if you want, and say, okay, I want to propagate only my routes from my location 1 to the custom route table 1, and this is propagated to the region 2, for example. So you can configure everything what you want. Okay, so effective routes. So here you have the configuration. Come on, take a few seconds. This is a live demo, so in this case, take a few seconds to get all configurations. Come on. So you can choose here the default. And here you can see all routes from all locations with the different path in this case, and also what is the next hop from site-to-site VPN from the hub perspective, East US 2 or West Europe. Okay, so a really cool feature here is insights. So in this view, you can see the first monitoring pane, the visual end-to-end design from my environment. You can see I have here my different regions, my different branch offices. I also have my virtual network connected in different areas. So from West Europe perspective, from East US 2 perspective, and also my connectivity to the branch offices in UK and East US 2 is available. So everything is working fine in this case. And when we think about the connectivity tests, so I've prepared something here. You can see here I have my clients. I have here one client located in East US 2. This is my branch office in East US 2. This is a Linux client, and this Linux client is connecting to my client in West Europe over the Microsoft backbone. And you can see we have here a latency from 190 milliseconds from East US 2, from the branch office East US 2 to the Asia endpoint, to the Asia Virtual WAN Hub, over the Microsoft backbone to West Europe, and then to on-premise with 190 milliseconds. When we think about the throughput, so we'll test it here with the same. Perfect. And you can see here the connection throughput scale up to 115 megabit per second from a branch office in East US 2 over the Microsoft backbone to the branch office in West Europe. So from my point of view, a really good connection, a really good connection point, and you can also see the latency is not falling, not growing up when we test the throughput, because we have the latency here in place. Okay, here from the VM UK to the West Europe connection, you can see here we have a 10 milliseconds through latency. The reason for that is we are connecting both branch offices directly together, not over the Asia Virtual WAN. And I will now stop the connection between those two branch offices. And you can see we have now a latency of 26 milliseconds. So the connection, direct connection between the branch offices is broken, and we have fail over automatically to Virtual WAN if we need this. So I will follow back here, enable, and it will take a few seconds. You can see here 26 milliseconds, and in a few seconds it's going down to 10 milliseconds. Now we have the direct connection in place. Okay, so when we talk about monitoring, we have here the first option. You can see here the insights. You have here a visual design from your endpoints. You also have here the metrics in place. Come on. So you can see here the bandwidth from your site-to-site VPN connection, from a point-to-site VPN connection, and if it's available from Express route. You can also have a look to the workbooks, the predefined workbooks. So in this case, we can also export this configuration if you want. And at the end, we have also here the ability to use the network watcher. So I have here a connection test from West Europe, for example, to the on-premise environment. To implement this, you need a virtual machine in Asia with the network watcher extension installed. And you can select, okay, from which endpoint do you want to connect? In this case, you can see here we have a virtual network with 2 hops to the destination. And when we go to the details here, when we select this connection group and click on Edit, you can select here your testing group. And in my case, my testing group is a virtual machine in the virtual network 03. This is testing an ICMP connection to an on-premise environment every 30 seconds with a maximum round trip of 20 milliseconds. And this is my IP address from my on-premise environment, from my on-premise VM. And this is my test. And if it fails, you can also implement, if you want, an alert. So an SMS, a phone call, or an Azure function, or whatever you want. So here you can see I have one alert in this connection group. And the reason for that is a round trip time. And when we go a little bit more in detail, you can see here a few details. We have here a round trip time of 30 milliseconds for the connection between West Europe and East UK, I'm sorry. And here we have a round trip time about 80 milliseconds from West Europe to UK, from West Europe cloud endpoint to the West Europe on-premise endpoint. And this is the reason because I've configured this connection group not up to 20 milliseconds. I've configured here 50 milliseconds is the maximum, and this is the reason why I get here an error. And if you want, you can configure here an alert once more. So we can go here to create an alert. And we have here different options. We can say, okay, average round trip time, for example, and we want to get an alert when it's greater than 20 milliseconds. And then we can go to the action. We can define a new action group. So in this case, monitoring. Sorry, this is not so easy with my finger. Come on. Test. So when we go to the notification, you have here different options. You can send an email, an SMS, a push or a voice notification if you want. Or you have another option too. You can execute a runbook, an Azure automation runbook. You can also execute Azure functions, send the information to Event Hub or to ITSM. So Microsoft have here a few pre-configured ITSM tools which are supported. You can execute a logic app and so on. Okay, so that's it about the monitoring perspective. At the end, we also have the ability to implement automation. So my whole configuration here is not manually configured. So I have here a template in this case. And this is an ARM template. You can also build bicep templates or Terraform templates if you want to provision the whole configuration. In this case, I have here my virtual WAN configuration. My virtual networks will also provisioned over this template, and also the connection to the on-premise environment. And here you can see a visual design of the configuration. So here we have our 2 virtual WAN hubs, one in West Europe, one in East US2. Here the central configuration pane. Here our 4 virtual networks in Asia, also connected to the virtual WAN hub. And here you can see I have the VPN gateway in each location. 1 VPN gateway and 1 VPN gateway, including a point-to-site VPN configuration. Okay, so any questions?
If you deploy a VM in another region,
Yes?
are you required to create a hub in that region as well?
You have here different options. So the first option is you can provision here a hub in the different region, or you can connect the virtual network for the different regions to a virtual WAN hub, for example, in East US2. So I can show you this step here if you want. So we have here, for example, the virtual network connection. And we have here our 2 virtual WAN hubs in place. Come on. Come on. Okay. So, yeah. We have one in East US 2 and one in West Europe, and when you want to assign a new network from another location, you can define here name, select the virtual WAN hub, and for example, if you have a virtual network in another location, select the resource group, select the virtual network, and you're connecting the virtual network over private peering or over Microsoft peering to this virtual WAN hub. So you don't need a virtual WAN hub in each location for virtual network connection. My recommendation is here, when you want to connect your branch office to the cloud, then provision a virtual WAN hub in the nearest location, not for the virtual network.
And why would you choose to deploy 2 or more hubs in one region?
That's a good question. I don't have an answer for this because in the past I only provisioned 1 virtual WAN hub in 1 region. It's enough for me. So what can...
Because of the limitations.
Yeah, the limitations. So when you have more than 1,000 connections per region, yeah, then you have to provision a second one.
Express routes
Yeah.
attached to the region and not to the hub, correctly? The limitation.
Okay. Good. If there are no questions available, we come to the end. So what we have done, you have seen, okay, how I can connect to the virtual WAN over point-to-site VPN with Azure Active Directory authentication. You also get an overview about the control pane, about the configuration pane of Azure Virtual WAN. We also test the connection between the different locations. So branch-to-branch connection, virtual WAN virtual network to branch connection. Then we are testing the connection broken. So when we have a connection, when the connection is broken between West Europe and East US 2, we have a failover to the virtual WAN hub. The monitoring configuration, and at the end, the automation template to configure or to provision the whole infrastructure here. Okay, so once more, a recap. Why virtual WAN? What are the benefits from virtual WAN? From the architecture perspective, it's much simpler than the version 1. So when you provision more virtual WAN VPN gateways, you have in many situations different configuration. It's a simpler network design from my point of view. You have a full automation option, not only from the services inside Azure, also from on-premise. So when you configure, when you have partner integration, for example, Cisco, Fortinet, and as well, and so on, you can also configure your firewall on-premise in one step. The limits are increased, in this case, for site-to-site and point-to-site VPN. So we have up to 1,000 connections for site-to-site VPN, and we have a much higher throughput in all areas, so from point-to-site, site-to-site, and express-route. Virtual WAN is per default high availability, so the hub are provisioned in 2 different zones. When you do this with a traditional VPN gateway, you have to choose the VPN gateway AC. So these VPN gateways are provisioned in different regions. In this case, from Virtual WAN, it's per default, high availability. And you can also include network virtual appliances or the Azure firewall if you want. So that's it. My recommendation once more, why not managed service? In this case, I will do this in the future, and also from the business perspective. And at the end, once more, a huge thanks to the sponsors for this event, from Microsoft, for the Platinum sponsor, as well for the Gold sponsor. Okay, I think we are good in time. If you have some questions.
At which point
identify to tell a customer, okay, instead of doing traditional networking,
Yep.
you should go towards a VLAN?
Mhm. So the first point here is when you reach the limitation from 100 connection, you can choose, for example, a basic virtual WAN hub. Then you increase the connection limitation. The second one is when you have a customer with branch offices or headquarters around the world. Then also recommend virtual WAN. And the third option is when you want to implement a branch-to-branch connectivity over the Microsoft backbone. You can do this with traditional VPN gateways, but it's much harder to implement than with virtual WAN. With virtual WAN, it's really simple. So you provision the virtual WAN hubs in each location. You enable the configuration, inside the configuration, okay, the branch-to-branch connectivity, and then you can implement, configure the routing tables and the connection between the branch-to-branch connection is available. So these are the three reasons. Anything else?
Question. If you're using the Azure firewall on
Yeah.
both sides, is it possible already to connect both branches to each other? Because I thought it was a limitation as well a couple months ago. That if you're using the Azure firewall on both sides, you cannot use the branch-to-branch.
That's right, yeah. There are some problems here with the branch-to-branch connection over the secure virtual WAN hub here, but Microsoft is working on this. So I hope in the next release Microsoft fixes this. Correctly. Okay, then, thank you.
All right. So hello everyone. Thank you for attending my session, and I hope you enjoy till now at least the Scottish Summit. No, don't leave. Don't leave. Because there is another session on about the same subject, but I'm really glad that you joined my session and not the other one. Of course. So yeah, warm welcome to everyone. And so in those 50 minutes that we're going to spend together, I'm going to talk about the Power Platform, but in regard to the development lifecycle management. So how can we really, because I think, yeah, we kind of all know that, yeah, the Power Platform is super easy to get hold on. It's super easy to start working with, to even go a bit beyond that with integrating the different components of the Power Platform and so on. But how can we really go from that user, let's say, app to enterprise-ready app where we can really automate things in in our solution? How can we bring it really to the next level and to try to mimic or to be as close as possible as a regular development lifecycle? So for example, if you're developing a website, you're using Visual Studio, you're developing in ASP.NET and so on, so you have your Git, you have your central repository, you have all the things that are triggered automatically for you. So this is kind of out of the box in a regular development environment. But what I'm going to show you, and this is like the key idea that I really want you to figure it out during that session, is that very, very easily we can go to that stage. So let's continue. No, not this one. Present. Okay, so first, thank you to our sponsors, of course. Thank you to our sponsors. Thank you to our sponsors. Without them, all those kind of events for sure cannot happen. So definitely go talk with them. They are really nice people. They don't bite, really. I just spoke with them a couple of times and I'm still here. My friends also are still here, so don't worry. They are very nice people. So of course, Microsoft, it's the event sponsor of this event. But also thanks to our platinum sponsors, HSO, Proximio, Applied Information Services, PwC, and Docs42. Yeah. Okay. Thank you to our gold sponsors, Companion, Cloud Things, Experian, Incremental, GQ Global, ATEC, Tiski, and SquareUp. Okay, just some couple of words about myself. So I'm a modern workplace architect at Avanan, Switzerland. I think I have too many years of experience in the Power Platform. That means that, yeah, I started or work on the Power Platform at the very beginning of the Power Platform. And I don't know if some of you guys already worked with the initial version of the Power App environment. It's definitely not the state of art that it is currently now. Now we have really a very good environment, a very stable environment. I remember, I think it was one of my first projects. We developed a solution for a client, and every Monday the application was failing. Every Monday. All the other days of the week, the application was working perfectly, and then we had to open tickets and then to escalate to the Microsoft support product group in order to find out the solution. But yeah, we found it out, we fixed the issue, and now we never experienced such kind of problems anymore. So I'm also a Microsoft certified trainer. I'm also a member of kind of an open source community called AMS for Azure, SharePoint, and M365. We do some events from time to time, so we are a bunch of enthusiasts that like to discuss or regarding the technology. I'm also a SharePoint addict since 2007. I basically discovered this technology in my first professional career, and since then I always try to stick with that technology. You can, some social media links, you can follow me on LinkedIn. I have also a blog, my GitHub, and YouTube channel. Just to give you a bit the idea of the agenda, we're going to talk about first Azure DevOps. So I'm sure many of you already know Azure DevOps, but I just want to make sure that we have all the same vocabulary and we have the same meaning for every terms that I'm going to use. Then we're going to see how can we really manage the application lifecycle management using the Azure DevOps with in regards of the pipelines. How can we do it? There are some tools called the Power Apps build tools that we can integrate in our pipelines to leverage the full power of that platform to be able to really automate and do great stuff. And last but not least, the demo where I will show you how can we create. I will guide you through the different environment, the different kind of pipelines. So we're going to see basically like 3 kinds of pipelines, like what we call the continuous integration. So how can we go from our solution in the Power Platform environment and push it to a central repository. Then we're going to see like a kind of release pipeline that we take our solution and push it to a different environment in the Power Platform. And then also, if we have some time, I'm going to show you how can we also automate unit tests with pipelines in Azure DevOps. And yes, of course, if at any point you have some question, please feel free to raise your hand and ask. So just, a brief recap. So what is really Azure DevOps? So it's kind of an environment, completely web-based environment where we can do multiple things. So we have some different components in that environment where we can build and test. We can deploy things. We can of course develop. But we can also plan our solution. So with a product backlog and different sprint tasks and so on, features and group them in epics. Let's say so. This environment gives us like it's an entry point to different things that we can really implement for our kind of professional or enterprise-ready, I would like to say, solution. Those are the different components that we have in a regular Azure DevOps project. So we have the Azure board, where we can define those. You can see it as a journal, backlog journal, where you can put all the different items. So we have the pipelines. I'm not going to talk about now the pipelines because we are really going to focus on this in a few moments. We have the Azure repository, so basically a central repository like a Git. We have also some test plans where we can create tests and automate tests and track the results of the test. You can assign the test to different people, different users, and so on. And we have the Azure artifacts, so it's basically a folder where we can put stuff, let's say, in it. So in terms of Azure DevOps, so it's really to definitely plan smarter your project, your enterprise-ready project, because you have a whole history. Everything can be tracked. You can easily collaborate. You can create users. You give permission to those users to access this project. You can have all this build release, the source control management, and also it's a really agile / Scrum board. So you can really implement your project only using the methodology that you like or you are more comfortable with those boards. Now the pipelines. The pipelines is, let's imagine it, so it's something that is running completely on the cloud. It is like you are, or Microsoft, because basically it's a product from Microsoft, is giving you access to a process that will run on a computer, so you can define on which kind of computer, if you want to run it on a Linux, on a Windows 11, maybe not. Yes, you can Windows 11, but Windows Server or so on. So you choose the type of host that you want, and then you can write some code. So this code can be in PowerShell, this code can be in C#, whatever kind of language that you like. And then it is triggered. So this is what in high, let's say, picture, what is a pipeline. So it's a piece of process that is running somewhere in the cloud. But you can define the host, of course. So leveraging the idea of having a process that can be run in the cloud, it is to automate the process. So you can define a certain procedure, certain things to do. So this will definitely reduce what we call the human error, because it's a process that is, you write it once and then you execute it, and most of the time, let's say, it's going to execute it in the same way. So if it succeeded the first time, most probably, let's say, it's going to always succeed. Yeah, so, and there is some, of course, some error handling. So if your pipeline goes to an error or something, you have definitely some fallback things that you can implement in order for, to control, because if something that was not expected happen, you can also handle it. Having this in mind, okay, I just want you to just take a couple of seconds. So the idea here is to automate or make our Power Platform solution ready for those kind of implementation. So we will need definitely some different processes, some big processes. So we have to initiate the things that we want to do. We have to create the build that we want to do, and then of course we have the release process that we want to do. How can we really leverage this in the Power Platform environment? Is with something called the Power Apps Build Tools. So it's basically an extension that you add in your Azure DevOps project, where it gives you a certain functionalities, certain type of functions. You can imagine it if you are coding something. It's like you're importing a library. It gives you some additional functionalities that you can definitely leverage in your project. So with those tools, you can. It is for automating deployment using what we call service connection. So you can create a service connection. So this service connection will give you access to a certain environment. So let's imagine we have a Power Platform environment. We have, and I will show it to you, we have the dev environment and we have a production environment, let's say. Using a service connection, we will be able to authenticate and to access our environment to do things in that environment. So one of the functionalities that we have is like the import, export, publish, check. So imagine you have a solution in Power Platform, and you want. So for example, now if you want to do it manually, let's say you want to push your application from the development environment to the production, from the development to the production environment, you select your solution, you click on export, and then you take this zip file, you go to the new environment, and you click on import, and then you have to update the service connection, and if you have some environment variables and so on. With those tools, with those additional functions, this can be completely and fully automated using this Power App Build tools. You can unpack and unpack, and you can also do this solution checker and so on to make sure that your application is fully has no error. It's like you are compiling your code, let's say. And demo time. Yes. Okay, so I created like a very simple solution. It's called like an expense review. So it's basically a Canvas app where you can put some information in regards to an expense, and then you can submit it, save it as a draft, and then you can submit it, and then there is a Power Automate workflow that is triggered, and then it will send your expense for review to approve or not. So don't pay really attention to this amazing look and feel of my application. Okay, let's get started. No worry. Just to let you know what the application looks like. And I just wanted you to notice. So here I'm connected in the, let's say, development environment, and here I have this control. So default, it is the production environment. So basically, this application, just to show it to you. You can review the different expense. You can see in the different status of the expense and so on. And you can click on this plus button. You can define like new expense. Can set the date where that expense happened. The amount, the category, description, lunch, fish and chips. And then you can attach also the receipt and so on. I can keep it as a draft with the save button, and I can open it again. And once I'm good with it, I can click on the send button, and then the application, the status of my request go to the pending, and then there is leave. There is some kind of workflow called expense review that is triggered. So the Canvas app just add an item in a SharePoint list, and then after some time, let's say, just show it to you, the trigger of that flow is when an item is created or modified in a certain SharePoint list. So here you see, this is why I wanted to show you, so the site address and the list name are environment variable. And this is the key to be able to fully automate when you are publishing your application, your solution from one environment to another, because basically this is pointing to a SharePoint site. So I have a Canvas app that is adding an item in a SharePoint site, and then I have an automated Power App workflow that is triggered when some item are added or modified in that SharePoint site. But of course, this is a development environment. So basically, what I want to be able to do, so I have this SharePoint site called Scottish Summit Dev, where I have the expense tracker SharePoint list. But when I want to move it to a production environment, I don't want to keep that reference to that Scottish Dev SharePoint site and to that expense list, to the SharePoint list. I want to be able to change, to redirect the flow or the trigger, the Canvas app, and my Power Automate workflow to create an item in that other prod SharePoint site, and to that expense, what is it called? Expense tracker SharePoint list. Of course, you can do it manually, but come on, guys. You can do better than that. Of course, everything is going to be completely automated. Nice. Okay, so first part is the part with, where we do the continuous integration. So basically, it is taking all the different artifacts from my ALM demo solution and push it to a central repository. Why we want to do this? First, to track the development, to be able also to roll back. Now you're going to say maybe that, okay, but in a Canvas app, I can easily go to, let me just open it again, to details, I can go to version, and I can roll back my Canvas app. Yes, you're right. But what about the rest of the functionalities? Functionalities, but what about the rest of the artifacts? For example, we know that the Power Automate flow, the cloud flow, there's no versioning. Okay, if we used a logic app in Azure, we have the same user interface, we can do the same thing, but it is not for free, first thing, and it's a different way of implementing also. It's not as easy to link it to our different artifacts. So you will need to switch, going a bit there, then coming a bit there, and change things, and so on. So it's not like super easy to track. So this is why we want to implement a continuous integration. So, so this pipeline will take my solution, create a zip file, and extract that zip file into a repository that is here. So here I have a repository, and if we go back to the pipeline, here, no, sorry, edit, okay. So here, this is my pipeline, and how, I don't know if you have some familiarities with the pipelines, but basically this is the visual interface, let's say, where you can put components. So basically to create, not to create, but to define a pipeline, it is either you can go all the way and write some YAML syntax file, or you can use this more convenient, let's say, at least for me, visual interface, where you can just click on this plus button. Here you have all the different functionalities or artifact that you can add to your pipeline in order to do stuff. So this is the components, this is the tools that I was talking about to you earlier. Those are the Power Platform build tools. So this is the tools that I have added in my Azure DevOps project, so I can leverage their functionality. So the first thing that we always need to do, and if you remember a couple of minutes ago, I told you that the pipeline is just a piece of process that is running on a cloud computer. And every time, it is like turning on a PC and executing something. But that PC didn't exist a couple of seconds ago. So so the first thing that we need to do is to install the tools. This is done with the first procedure called Power Platform Tool Installer. So this will install the different tools in my process. Then what I want to do is to publish any pending customization. So it is exactly if I'm going to my solution and clicking on this Publish All Customization button. So I'm sure that there is no, if some developer was working on something and so on and didn't publish it yet, I'm sure that now, sorry, what I will have, the status, the state of my, this one, oops, of my ALM demo solution is there is no pending stuff that has been implemented. Then, with this one, I'm exporting the solution. To export the solution, you basically need 3 parameters. So the service connection. I'm not going to go in deep into the service connection, but it's basically, you can define it in the project settings, and you can go to service connection, and from here you can create a new service connection. And the service connection gives you access to certain environment. So I've created one dev service connection and one production service connection to be able to access my dev environment and to be able to access my production environment. So I'm saying to that export solution that, okay, leverage this connection, look for a solution name that is called ALM demo. It's the name of my solution, and it is the internal name of the solution. It's not the display name. So just be careful, because I made that mistake many times. And then you need to specify an output file, so that zip file that has been that's going to be created. Where do you want to put it? So you can leverage the variables. So you have the build artifact, you have the output project, and so on. So here you can definitely choose the one that you like. And then you need to specify if you wanted to export it as a managed solution or not. So just if you want to know a bit the difference between a managed solution and an unmanaged solution, basically an unmanaged solution can be edited, let's say, versus a managed solution cannot, or at least should not be. But it's a different story, because when you can edit a managed solution, but it creates some solution layers and it's completely a mess. So either, if you want to edit your solution, export it as it is. If you don't want to use it, export it as a managed solution, and don't touch it again. Really, guys, don't touch it again. Very important. And then I know that I have this zip file, and now what I want to do is to extract that zip file and push it to my repository. So to unpack the solution, so basically to unzip that zip file, you just need the input file. So the input file here is the output file that I've defined here. And then you just need to specify in which folder you want to extract or unzip that folder, that zip file, sorry. And then, so the zip file is here, is there. And now with some Git commands, I'm just pushing it to my central repository. So let me just trigger it. And this is, so let me just go back. So to trigger my pipeline, so you can have some automated triggers, let's say periodically. You can define it, for example, every at the end of the day, so you're sure that your repository is completely synced with what have been developed till now. Or, for the sake of the demo, I would just trigger it manually with that queue button. So here, this is where I was telling you that you can choose which type of host that you want your piece of process to be executed. So definitely you can choose a Mac, Linux, Windows, and so on. So let's leave it with the default one and click on run and run. So now the process has been triggered. I'm not going to wait to that execution because it takes some time from time to time. But let's hope it will all go green at the end, and I will show it to you that the end result is working. But I can show you earlier what happened in a previous run. So basically, all the different steps that we defined are executed. So the installation of the Power Platform tools, the publish customization, the export to the solution, the unpacking, and then the command line to push it to the central repository. And if I go to the central repo that I have in my project, I see that there is a folder called AIM demo, and if I open it, I see all the different artifacts that were defined. So I have the Canvas app, I have the environment variables, and I have my workflow. And if we check the solution, we see that I have a Canvas app, flow, environment variable, and connection reference. So let's wait for the process to build, and let's have a look to the release pipeline. So now we have created and configured the continuous integration. We took our code and we published it to a central repository. We have the history and so on. And now let's say, okay, we are ready. We want to, we have the go from the customer. The customer tested the application. Our developer tested the application, and so on. Everyone is super happy. And we just need one thing, is for that application now to be ready and available in that production environment. So if I go here, what I want to do is here in that console develop, this is the production environment. I want to be able to publish my solution. And let me just remove it here, so you will really believe me that it's working. And let's go and see the release pipeline. So to create a regular pipeline or release pipeline, basically it's the same kind of process with some bit different functionality, but look and feel, because the difference between a standard pipeline and a release pipeline is you can define some pre and post actions. You can define some pre-approval, post-approval, and so on. But it's basically the same way of integration, let's say. So first thing, as you remember, pipeline is a piece of task that is running on the cloud. So the first thing that I want to do is to install the Power Platform tool. Now, then, I want to export my solution as I have done it before. You could not do that because you already done it. You know that you have already done it with the continuous integration, but just for the sake of the demo, I'm again doing it. And then what I want to do is to import the solution. So the difference that we have here is with the service connection, because now I want to connect to my production environment, so I'm leveraging the production environment service connection to be able to authenticate in my production environment. And then the only other settings that I need to have is the input file, which zip file I want to take and push to my production environment. And I could stop here. But if I stop here, basically, when I push my code, my solution to the new environment, I have the old references. I have my environment variable are still pointing to my dev environment. And come on, we can do better. So there is another type of Power Platform tools that has been developed by Wael Hamze. I think most of you know him. He has done an amazing job here, and he basically extended the tools and the functionality that are coming from the kind of out-of-the-box Power Platform tools, where we have this one, and this one is really super important because it's basically we can update an environment variable. Sorry, a bit hard to pronounce, but basically I'm updating my variable with that task. The syntax is basically pretty straightforward. You give it the name of your variable, environment variable, and it is again the internal name of the environment variable and the new value that you want to update. So here I have a variable called SharePoint site that this one, the SharePoint site, and it is again we have to provide the internal name of the variable. So it's this one. So I'm providing it the internal name of the variable and with the new value because I want to point to the production SharePoint site. And then what I also want to do is to be able to update the expense tracker SharePoint list. So basically this is, you have to provide the GUID of the SharePoint list. So here, yes, of course, because it is a different SharePoint site, it means that it is, even though the name is the same, but you need to grab the GUID, that you can grab it from here, of the expense tracker SharePoint list. So this is why I am saying that this variable, I want to update it with that GUID. Once it's done, once this is all done, I can save it, and then I can create a release. I can click and create a release, and then if everything goes well, my release pipeline is going to be triggered, and we will go back to it in a couple of minutes and see the status. But if all goes well, I will go to my production environment, to the solution here, and then my ALM demo solution will appear. Now let's go back and see what happened with my release pipeline. On this one, we can see that it has been, all the stages are green, just have some warnings, but I can see that everything went well, the tools were installed, the customization were published, the solution was exported, unpacked, and I pushed the code to the central repository. And if I go to central repo, I see that, yeah, everything is still here, but we can see that the last changes was 3 minutes ago. So it is really the pipeline that pushed this code here. Any questions so far? Oh, good. Go to the release, see what's happening here. Okay, it's publishing. Okay. There is one thing also, if we really want to go also a step further, let's say. Let me show it to you. Tick. So in Canvas app, we can create some tests, some unit tests, and we can define some assert function and so on, and then we can trigger that URL and see if all the tests passed or not. So in my case, I've created a simple step, let's say, a simple test. The application loads, yeah, cool. I go to here and I go to test and I open the tests. I created a simple test to check my new expense. I can click. So basically, mimic the different steps that I should go through to create a new expense, to opening the app, clicking on the plus button, filling all the different information, and click on the send and save or send button. And what I need to assert is that when I go back to my page, I need to see the name of the label called new expense in that field. So if I click on the play button, yeah, I can publish. This, when you do this, basically what happens is the test studio in Power App creates a URL, and it's basically a matter of calling that URL to trigger your unit tests. So we are going to leverage this functionality, opening this URL, and we are going to integrate it in some kind of Azure pipeline to be able to also automate our unit tests also. So, okay, once he wants to done, let me just double check here what's happening. Okay, almost done, and let's go to the pipeline. So I call it ALM test automation. So basically, let me show it here. There is a project on GitHub provided by Microsoft called Power Apps Test Automation that you need to fork in your GitHub environment. And from that point, you can leverage the functionalities of that GitHub project. Let me see here what's happening. Okay, still publishing. Okay, we can go and see what the definition, let's say, of that pipeline. So remember, pipeline, piece of software, of a process that is running on the cloud. First thing, I want to set the screen resolution of this process, because basically I want to be able to leverage that triggering of my tests. I really want to show you something. Yeah, still publishing. Okay, right, no problem. So I set the screen resolution. I get some Nugget packages to be able also to run my my project, my Power App Test Automation project. Then I need to, because basically this is the source code of this project. So the first thing that I need to do is to build that project. So there's a task called Build Power App Test Automation Solution. So this is, I rename it, but it is the Visual Studio Build task. You just need to give it what is where is the solution file, the SLN, and that's it. And it will take the code, it will trigger all the compiling function for you, and it will build the solution. Then we can leverage on the Visual Studio Test task, give it some parameters. Let's say basically you need to define where is the DLL of that test automation file, and then the directory and so on. And then here you need to provide the username, because basically what is happening behind the scene here in the sample, here I have a file called test automation URL. If I open it, no, not this one, not this one, sorry, put it somewhere here. Let me just see the configuration where I put it. Up in the variables. Samples. Test automation URL. Sample. Test automation URL. It's not my. Okay, never mind. But in that, I need to go here. Your repository. Sorry. This one. Yeah. So here, I have the URL that I grabbed from. Okay, this one finally worked. So let me just show it to you once again. So this is the URL of my unit tests that has been generated. If I just refresh the page and click on the play, I don't want to publish again, but yeah, okay, never mind. I just grabbed the play URL link, and you need to paste it here. So you can even have some multiple URLs here, because basically what will happen is, oops, if I go back to the Power Automation, here what is happening actually is this process will open the browser. So for this one, it is opening it with the Chrome browser, browser type Chrome, and it will authenticate with my Power App environment. So I need to give it a username and a password. Long story short, you can definitely leverage on an application ID, an application secret, and so on. But for the sake of the demo, it's because it's a bit outside of the scope of this presentation, I'm only using my username and password. You give it a browser type, so you can have Chrome or Firefox. The URL of your environment, so it's basically this one, the first one here till here. And the path of the different automation test cases URL that I defined. So it's basically going to go here and grab that URL or the different URLs and open it in the browser, and then trigger the test. As you can see, it's filling the different automatically the different fields, and then it will click on the submit button, setting the category and then the description, and then it will hit the save button, and it opens again my expense. And what is happening is that I'm checking if really this label is equal to the label new expense that I filled at the beginning. So this is what's happening. So let us trigger it, and meanwhile I can show you the previous result, but because this one takes really a couple of minutes. If I go back to this one, if I go back here, I see that the pipeline executed successfully, and we can see the different all the different steps were executed successfully, and we can even go further. Up, no. Sorry. Check. Tests. We can filter with past tests. You can see that my run test automation executed successfully, and what's happening even is that it's taking a screenshot of the end result. So if I go to attachment, if I click on this one, open it in Paint, because I love Paint. And you can see that at the end, the process took really a screenshot of the browser that was executed in the cloud, so that I can really see, and we can imagine that we can send it as an attachment in an email or so on. So we are sure that it's not because a piece of software is telling us that everything goes well. We can also verify it with our eyes. Let's just go back to the pipelines. Okay, this one is executing. Let's see the release pipeline. It seems that it has been executed successfully as well. Check. Okay, everything is green. Now if I go back to my production environment, and if I go to solution, I see that I have now my ALM demo. And if I click on it, come on. Yeah, we see we have all the different artifacts, and if we go to our environment variable, for this one, for the SharePoint site one, we can scroll down, and we can see that the site is the URL of the production site, so Scottish Summit prod site. And if I go to expense tracker, I can see that it is linked to my expense tracker SharePoint list that is on the production environment. So everything went well, everything is completely automated. we can just wait a bit for the test automation to finish. But yeah, long story short, in those 50 minutes somehow, we saw how we can definitely leverage the Azure DevOps pipelines to really go one step beyond these isolated applications, those isolated solutions that we are creating. I'm sure that we are creating many, many of them, and to be able to bring it to the enterprise level ready. Any question? No, that's it for me. Thank you. So enjoy the rest of the day. I think there is some sessions. So yeah, and thank you all, and hopefully see you next year.
here's the mic. So, because I like to be precise, then let's kick it off, see if people join. If they don't, that's their loss. So, welcome to this session about from the basement to the cloud, taking your on-premise CRM solution to the cloud. I'll be talking through the process, so not just the technology, but the whole process of your CRM project. From the process when you figure out to get the approvals for your project, and then what happens next. First of all, I'd like to thank our sponsors. We have the event sponsor Microsoft, we have HSO, Docs42, PwC, Proximo 3, and AIS, plus our different gold sponsors, event lunch accessibility sponsor, and data analytics sponsor, Squared Up. Without the sponsors, we wouldn't be here. Everything is pronounced, and I hope also that you visited some of their booths. So, starting off, this is me. I'm a business architect at Alpha People Nordic in Denmark. I work with both Dynamics 365 and Power Platform projects from the start to the end. So I sometimes work as architect level, other times actually go down to the nitty-gritty details. So I like to have an overview of the whole thing. I have a 7 years experience with Dynamics CRM. That's where I started in Dynamics version 2011 on premise. Very, very not nice UI, very rough, I would say. Some people like to say that Dynamics CRM looks too enterprisey to them. It looks too heavy. I was like, have you seen the version 2011? That was heavy. So now, actually right now the cloud version looks pretty nice to me. I'm a certified Scrum Master, so that also helps along with the CRM project. I'm an author, funnily enough, not on Dynamics or Power Platform. As I'm a passionate volunteer, I was a volunteer in the 2016 Summer Olympic Games in Rio de Janeiro. So the perfect place to be a volunteer beach volley is Copacabana Beach. So I wrote a book about how it is and how to be part of the Olympics. And as my background is that I'm born and raised in Estonia, but I live in Denmark. So I thought as a quote, I have a tongue twister that's in Estonian. It makes sense as kunsti ole kunstina teha, kunst on kunstis kunsti näha. Yeah, I apologize for that. Yeah, it's literally, it's not art to see art. It is to do art. It is art to actually understand the art doing it. But the fact that you can use one word in so many different contexts, so many different levels, is amazing. And the Estonian language is kind of like that. No one understands it. It's only 1.3 million people who do. So felt like a funny tongue twister for you. I'm also on social medias. You can find me on LinkedIn, Twitter, and I have a blog. I usually write mostly about Dynamics 365 marketing and also Dynamics 365 CE. Those are the main areas I work with. So the project about going to a cloud kind of runs into my home base here. So let's get started. We start off with the intro, where I take you through a part of a project that I'm basing this all on. It was a long process, basically everything that could go wrong went wrong, but also a really good learning process for everyone. We go through the team, the processes, technology, communication, and resources. My point in the end is to try to make you understand it's not all about the technology. There is so much more behind the project than just doing and figuring out which product you want to use to go to the cloud. So that is primarily what I'm doing here. So technology is only one small part, again, not that small, but it is one part of the whole process that actually is the easiest part, I would say. It was for us. Everything else went wrong. So that was the only part that worked perfectly from the first time. So how many of you actually know of a failed CRM project? Show of hand. See? 90% of people who actually attend know that. And that's actually the case that I've seen and heard of. I asked within the Dynamics 365 CE user groups in Denmark how many people have heard of the project. 70% that I asked actually knew of a project. 15% have been part of it, so they didn't have good research, good ideas about it. 10% were currently in it, so they were really frustrated. And 5% hadn't heard about it. But as an extra question to them, they had also never been part of a CRM project before. So that might have something to do with it, unfortunately. The reasons why it is that people say that the CRM projects have failed is that 7 out of 10 people say the team wasn't working. You can have a great project you have, but if people are dragging you in different directions, it's not going to work. It's going to drag out, it's going to go wrong. It might work with some, but it usually takes a lot more. The communication was non-existent. One thing is the communication between the team, another thing is the communication to the outside. If you want to have a very successful CRM project, you need to make sure that the people you're building it for also know what you're doing. You need to get the input from them as well as the people who think that it is their area. They're doing it, they're a small group standing alone, but they also need to consider who they are building it for. Wrong technology. Another question is when when things go wrong in the CRM project, they start thinking, is it because we chose the wrong technology? If we're Dynamics 365 project, then shouldn't we go with Salesforce instead? Yeah, we've heard so many good things about that's just plug and play, you do and things that you can also say about Dynamics. But if you put the same ground pillars to it, to the Salesforce project, you will get the same result. And then afterwards, you have spent so much money trying to figure out how to make the technology work. You can't. No matter what, if you don't have the grounding things, you're not going to make the technology work. And the last one, it is that the project never ends. It is, as it is, if you can see that new things are coming, you want to implement everything. So you continue, you have a go live date, but then it's like, okay, we'll just push it and put also the new things into it. So after 4 years, you figure out, okay, did we actually finish this project? Oh no, we're still in project mode. Everyone is still working. Okay, wouldn't it be time to actually call it quits? We're done here. But it also requires that there is someone actually overlooking the process. So as I mentioned, this is based on a project that I did. I call it Project Upgrade. It had 750 users that were moving to the cloud version on 26 different countries. It was moving from Dynamics CRM 2016 on-premise version. 2 years before that, they had actually moved from 2011 to 13 to 15 to 16, which was a nightmare on its own. But it is that then they figure out that now we actually got the approval from the bosses higher up. Never worked with the project before, but they said, okay, now we're trusting cloud, you can go, you can do that. So they started off the Dynamics CRM project. Around 20 people were part of the project team, and that was the core project team. So you had the developers, you had the business consultants, you had the project managers, and that was just a small project team, let's call it that. It grew heavily. 3 different project managers, that's a whole subject on its own. Project managers, you need someone to overrule or actually have the final word of saying. People might say that it is good with Scrum teams to have self-managing teams. You still need someone to have the final word. We had, in the project team, we have 2 or 3 very opinionated people who said that their way was the right way to do it. You go the one direction for 1 month, second direction the next month, and then in the end, after 6 months, you have actually not moved on with your project because you have taken so many different directions. Everyone's frustrated, and then you need to basically start over again. So you need the person or persons, depending on the company, who are not biased, but independent. They don't have 2 sides. They're just there to take the decision or make sure that the decisions are made. And then the process types that we chose, that was Scrum, Agile, Waterfall. So that was everything that could be. Started with saying that we wanted to do Agile. We wanted to do Scrum, everything, all the morning meetings, the retrospectives, follow everything. We wanted to follow it to the dot. Then we opened our calendars and set up the meetings. We were sitting more in meetings than we actually did anything. So we were talking in the meetings about the meetings that we want to have, of the meetings that needs to be held, because we wanted to follow Scrum. That didn't work. That just literally didn't work. Our retrospective meetings in the end ended up not having anything positive, everything negative, and you could just feel people were going down. No one had any motivation. So, good idea, you can figure out that you want to follow one process, but it needs to fit in to the processes, it needs to fit in the company, it needs to fit into the people. So what I've seen multiple projects do, multiple companies do, is the fact that they actually mix and match different process types. They take the good things from Scrum, they take other things from for Waterfall. I'm not a huge fan of Waterfall. But if you, we have companies in Denmark that are huge fans of it because they want to know everything. When it will start, when it will finish, what it is actually. But I just feel that is also the place where you go down and say, okay, we have now made all of this. No, but that was not what we wanted. And then you figure out in the end part, and then you start over again. So you paid a lot of money, you spend a lot of resources, time on it, and then in the end you figure out that it's not working. In that sense, I more enjoy the fact that you have some small gaps where you can figure out if it's the direction you want to take. And as I said, everything went wrong. They got the approval for the project in 2018. We started discussions in 2019. The development started in 2020, and they went live in 2021. I consider that a very long process. Also knowing that we had all the help we could from Microsoft, everything was working. The problem here was people were going different directions, people were adding things to the project, no one was taking charge, and then in the end, the scope that we started with, yeah, that was a dream scope that we had in the start. We ended up with 800 more things in the scope. Because, you know, there's small changes, so just add it on top. Nothing's going to change. So that changed a lot, let's say. We first planned the go live in 2020, so we basically just moved the go live date a whole year, to say. And to say that the bosses were not happy is a whole other level. Because if the project gets that long, money also goes that long. Budgets go bust. Everything that you have promised to the upper management where you actually got the approval, nothing is happy. No one is happy. Everything is red, and everyone is seeing red. So, once again, the team is a very important part of it. It can either make it or break it. So when I say cross-functional core teams, 20 people, I actually say is way too much. You have a core team that actually consists of 1 or 2 for each and different subject. You have people that are from IT, you have people from business, and you have people that are decision makers. That is your core team. They make the first creation and then they branch out. They delegate, they figure out what is that they need to get, and then they involve more people. But the core team, keep it small. Keep it as you can in so few people as possible. The decisions will come easier and you will hopefully reach the targets better. Team lead versus project manager. Now I talked a lot about project management, project managers, but it is, you need just a person who is leading the project. It doesn't have to have a person that actually has the title project manager. It can be just one of the people from the core team who actually is able to take it, or you just get another person in that is willing to take the task. I also hear a lot of people going very much up with the fact that we need to have a person with a title project manager. That doesn't mean they're better at it. They have a title, we all have a title. So sometimes the just normal team lead is a better task to go. Team building always helps. If you have people who don't know each other, if you're people from different departments that you have put together to the core team, always a good thing to have a social event or have a small gathering just to have the people get to know each other in a more relaxed environment. As in, take a dinner, go to a movie, do something, have people talk, have a few drinks. A lot of drinks can also go wrong. But it's important, the whole atmosphere, the communication, to working together afterwards is tremendous how much it has improved. We had a pizza party as a kickoff to the project for the core team. We ordered way too much pizza, we ate way too much. But people remember that back when it is that the project is going down, when the stress is up, where people are getting mad at each other. They remember the fact that, okay, it was actually pretty fun to do something. We can actually talk to each other. Because if you haven't done that part, people are not that willing to approach each other if they don't know them well. So it can be that questions can go unasked. It can be that problems get unsolved because no one talks to each other. And then you have the feedback follow-up retrospectives. Be honest. Retrospectives and follow-up, be honest. You should not have a boss there. You should not go think about the fact that I'm going to get fired, no matter what I say there. It is important that you solve out the problems when they come, not when it is that you're in a critical point of the project, moving out, and then it comes out that, oh, that person actually didn't do his job the past 6 months. That is also going to either make or break the project. If it is that those small little tiny details that might have been irrelevant 3 months ago are getting and growing, in the end, people are not showing up, people are not doing anything, and your deadlines are going. Then we have processes. The process part of it is that you can't describe what you're doing as a process, you don't know what you're doing. I like processes. I like processes because no one has them. You ask a company how it is that when you start your project, do you have your process in place? Yeah, we have the sales process and we have a customer, we have everything. We were thinking about it. Okay, cool. What are your processes? Do you have them documented? Yeah, he has something in a PowerPoint there, and then we have some slides there. Okay, do you have do you actually know what your process is? Yeah, we add this and do that, and then we just need the system to actually fix it. The system can't do it for you if you don't know what you want out of the system. It can't. It can do a lot. If you're willing to take the system as it comes without any modifications, you're also willing to say that that is your sales process or that is your customer service process, and then you have to follow it. That is why the first part of your processes is the fact that you need to identify what are your main processes, what are you trying to solve. And in the identified, that is the brainstorming workshops that you're going to have, and those are usually when you figure out your whole sales team. You figure out what is, one thing is the sales, but you also need to figure out how it goes through, what it is that you're trying to solve, which aspects of the different departments, of the different environments that you're actually trying to bring in. If it is, that was a manufacturing company that I was working with, and they had processes starting from sales, adding marketing, going into service, putting in manufacturing part, and then also some areas that they had developed themselves. But no one had the overview of the actual process, how it is that these different puzzle pieces, they needed to play together. You can add the sales part, ask some people do one thing, service people do the other thing. How those things click together, no one had a clue. And that is another thing that people are going to start thinking about when they actually access the system is, how is it that it makes sense for people to go from one end to the other end? Doesn't always work. Once you have identified your processes, you need to gather the information for all stakeholders. Once you have identified them, you also know what it is that you want to get from the people. Once you have concrete questions to ask, people are also more able to answer them. Then you map them, draw them down, draw them anywhere. Just put them on a paper, make a picture, you have documentation for it. It's lousy, terrible scaling, but it is something that you have that you can look back at, if that's what you want to do. Draw the as-is processes based on the information gathered. What it is, how it is now. Is that what you want? Are we all agreeing on that that is the process that we're actually having? Or if not, you go back, you start again, you start drawing, you do the brainstorming workshops, and then you get to the mapping part again, and then if you're happy, you go to the analysis part. does what it is, the mapping process, the pictures that you have drawn, do they actually fill the needs 2 years from now, 3 years from now? Are we in the process of changing our ways? Or are things going to continue the same way it is? I also like the sentence when people say that that's how we've always done. Yeah, they do say that, but they don't do that. They want new stuff, they want the new ways of doing things, but still, they are still hoping to base it on the old processes that they've created at some point. And that is why you have the analysis phase when you figure out if they cover the future needs and draw up the to-be processes. And in the end, you can compare and see how much the two differ from each other. And it is the analysis phase and it is the to-be processes that you're going to base in order to build the system that you want to do. And then we get to the technology part. And technology is just a tool. The questions to look in whenever you for the technology part is what type of an upgrade do you want to do? There are different types of upgrading that you can do. You can just have data. You can build a whole new system online, so just migrating some parts of your existing system to the online. Or you take the whole database, all the customizations, all things, and you want to move them to the cloud. That is the first question you need to figure out if you at all want to know how to continue into the future. Those processes for the different upgrade types are very different. The help you're getting is going to be very different, and the timelines are also going to be very different. What we did, we actually decided to do the type where we took the data from premise to online, and we built up a whole new system in the cloud version. It made sense primarily because the main goal was to get rid of all the customization, to get rid of all the plugins that was created to the Dynamics version 2011. And we were still getting errors on that no one knew how to fix. The error messages everyone kept reading was, yeah, something, CRM 2011. I beg your pardon. No one said, yeah, we have nothing left from 2011. All code has been updated, everything's working. And then you get another error with an integration, CRM 2011. So that was one thing that we were also trying to avoid, is the fact that in the future when going to the cloud, you know that you have upgrades at least twice a year that can affect your customizations. And to figure out and find a developer absolutely every time is a pain in the butt. The second one is how much data is needed. Some people or some companies, what they do also is use this process or this project as a way of cleaning up their data. Figuring out what kind of data is actually necessary in your system, what is worth taking along, how much history do you need to bring along? Do you just want to take all the active accounts, or is it necessary that you take back 5 to 10 years of data? Also considering GDPR, so that has also limited quite amount of data that people are able to tag along. But it is a good way of figuring out if you have a lot of duplicates in the system. If it is that you just haven't paid attention to the fact that your database is growing. You have people creating all sorts of records. There are 5 accounts named the same, but have all different information. There can be contacts that actually were relevant 10 years ago that no one ever sees or uses again. But it is in the system because, no one has time to clean them. There's always that point in the CRM team that says, in the very low priority areas, like, yeah, then we'll clean up the system. And then comes documentation, of course, after that. You'll never get there. Like, never. I spent 5 years in a company as a technical consultant. I never got to the end of that list. Like, never. And then, of course, came the CRM project that we also said we'll start documenting and making everything as it should be. We never got there. So, what is the customization strategy? And that's the next one, a big one. Do you want, how much it is that you want to either keep your plugins, your things that you have made custom, or how much do you actually want to see what it is in the new product? I have Microsoft or any other provider actually solved the issues that you were having that you needed those customizations? Have you looked what's in the product? There's a lot of companies coming, when they do the upgrade project, they say, we want to go standard. I love the word standard because it's so broad. And every person who says that has their own idea of what standard is. You have a product, you take it as it comes. That's one way of thinking of a standard. Other people say that, okay, we'll make it our own, and that's a standard. Because we're using the same, we're using the tools that are coming from Microsoft, but it's standard. And then when you have those groups of people, two groups of people talking to each other, you can already see there that they're talking past each other. Because one is referencing one thing, another one is referencing another thing, while they're actually thinking they're talking about the same thing. And do we have all the needed resources? If it is that you want to go heavy on plugins, if you want to go heavy on the customization, you do need help from developers. Do you have that within your company, or do you need to hire in some help, either external or internal? That takes time. If you don't have a partner already, that will take time to figure out and put together a team that can help you. Do you have all the resources needed within the core group? Are you happy with the people that are there? And that is all the questions you ask before you figure out if you have the money for it. The money hopefully comes when you get an approval from the top management, but not always, because here is now when you have put everything down, you figure out, okay, this is our project, this is what we're going to do, and that is where the numbers actually start growing and adding up where you need to actually add on top. So when you figure out the answer to all of these questions, I would say you're doing better than about 50% of the projects I've been part of. Some people have some questions answered, other people have other questions answered, but I have rarely seen a project that actually goes through 4 of those questions and have a clear answer on that. Because it is also, one thing is you're hoping to do the perfect project, but then you're running out of time. You figure out people get sick, COVID hits, God knows. So everything can go wrong. So you take what it is there to get, but this is one way, and this would be the perfect way to actually make sure you have a successful project. From the technology part, you have the possibility of using Microsoft Fast Track Team. That was what we did, and we took 4 years. So it is an offer from Microsoft, a special team that you can take, that you can use the resources for. You have to use a silver or a gold partner in order to be part of Fast Track, so you go through a partner in order to be able to get the resources from Microsoft. It was before also the fact that you needed to be a certain size of a company to do that. As far as I understood, they have actually removed that. So now you just have to make sure you have a partner that you trust, that is a silver or gold level at Microsoft in order to be able to use the services. The idea of Microsoft Fast Track is success by design. They come to you with resources. They don't do the work for you. They help you figure out the processes. Once again, the first question they come to you is, do you have your process in place? What is your strategy? What is your go-live strategy? What kind of deployments do you want to do, and how much data do you have? So all the 4 questions that we also answered in the previous step is something that Microsoft Fast Track team is going to ask you. One thing that they're also going to give you is tech talks. So the area that you're going to do is you're getting appointed a person that will be your contact person on the journey, where it is that you set up meetings with them. You set up workshops, you set up tech talks, and you set up, actually we had daily stand-up meetings in the morning just to figure out that things are going smoothly as they are. We got a lot of tickets that during the process, we got put through faster because we added him as a CC to the tickets. Suddenly you see people are moving, things are getting answers, Microsoft is calling back on the things. So I like that part the most, to be fair. Tech talks were good, every workshops I also liked, but the fact that I could see that my ticket that usually takes like a week to answer, I got an answer in 3 hours, I like that part. So that is a good thing to have. The last thing is migration services. Offers for data migration is, my fast track team can help you with the data migration. But that one, as far as I can read, is still dependent on the size of the migration. If you are under 500 Office 365 licenses, you will just get the theoretical help from them. Then they'll help you with the resources, they'll help you guide you along, but they will not do the work for you. If you're above that, then you get more help, and then clearly you become more interesting. Over 500 Office licenses also is a pretty penny. So, and that is actually the process type that we went through. We had the initiate phase, the implement phase, repair, and the operate phase. In the initiate phase, it is when we actually got contact to Fast Track. We got the people, we made the initial introductions, we had the onboarding phase. We had meetings with both our partner and Fast Track to make sure that they were also aligned. Communication. They don't always usually talk to each other. So when you have a partner to it, make sure that you know that the partner is also talking to Microsoft. Depending on a partner and depending on the person you get from Microsoft, that is always not the case. That is not a priority for them to make sure that they keep themselves aligned. So that is also something that we went wrong with. We assumed that they were talking to each other because they work together probably more than just on our project, but no, that didn't happen, and we found it out the hard way, so halfway through the project when we figured out we needed to twice or 3 times had to tell the same thing over and over again. Then when we got to the implement phase, the design, we had the solution blueprint workshop. What you get from Microsoft, the workshop is actually a rather hands-on workshop that you do. They come with you basically like a survey with different parts. You answer the questions before the workshop. And during the workshop, you go through the different parts of it. You go through how many customizations you have, what are your strategy levels, and how is that you want to implement the new process. Based on the answers that you give in that survey, the Fast Track team will then also suggest specific tech talks, specific other workshops that you need to go through to make sure that you are aware of everything. And during the building phase, that was where the Microsoft support tickets came into play for mostly, was the fact whenever we tried to, we ran into an issue, we took a hold of the Fast Track person, we created a Microsoft ticket, and suddenly things were moving, we could fix things. But it is primarily still theoretical help that we got from the help. Actually, one thing that was not theoretical was the fact we're in the deployment phase when we did data migration. When we did data migration, we actually could get help from them to open up so that we didn't run into throttling issues. We didn't run into the fact that we ran out or timed out. So we were but that was for a short period of time and actually with no extra cost. So we were actually making sure that the data we were moving from on-premise to online, it made it there. It made it there faster than we would have done ourselves. And we had a person who could always check up if we figured out that nothing wasn't, or something wasn't working or it wasn't going well. The last part of it is the Go Live Readiness Workshop. Once again, you get the questionnaire, you answer different levels of questions, you fill them in, and based on the answers you go through, then they also figure out, are you ready to go live? Have you thought of everything? Are you missing something? And all of that information that you put in all of those workshops, it actually is also a good documentation afterwards that you have. You know what types of things you went through, and if you feel like you're missing something, then it is also something to look at in the future. The last one is Go Live. Hopefully it comes faster than it did for our project. We were at some point really frustrated, and the fact that we had Microsoft Fast Track helping us, we did not really like the fact that it had fast in the name, because we did not feel that they were fast, or the project was fast. So yeah, we just called it Microsoft Track. That was no way near fast. But, and again, it wasn't their fault. Everyone was frustrated. And when frustrated, you want to blame someone. So Microsoft was always a safe option to blame. But it is that on the fast track team, the idea is that after you've gone live, the person you're appointed to the connection with them will disappear. It actually doesn't disappear the moment you go live. We actually had 2 or 3 weeks after we went live, when we still had the increased capacity for the system. We were managing, every time we made a question, we could still reach out to that person. We didn't have the morning meetings, but we had the hypercare period of 3 weeks that we managed to still use the resources we had from Fast Track, and that really came in handy. Communication is the last part that we're going to go through. And communication is, it seems easy. It seems something that is very logical. It should happen. We communicate with everyone all the time. We do it all the time. We never thought about we never think about the fact that it is actually something we should focus on. Who to communicate to? The management. They are on your butt all the time, figuring out how far you are. Are you doing it? Are you reaching your deadline? Is everything going well, or how is the budget going? That is the biggest question. You have to go to process owners. You need to talk to end users, and you need to do other relevant parties. End users are the people that are the highest stakeholders that you want to communicate out to your process. They are the people that are going to use the system afterwards. If you are going to build a system, or if you're moving a system somewhere and then just dropping it on people afterwards, you're going to get a whole bunch of very frustrated people because they have no clue what to do. That was actually the area that I would like to say in our project that we excelled at. We had people involved from the very first step. We had them involved in the process of figuring out how we want the system to look like. We had them involved when we did the technical testing. We had the user testing was after each time. And when we went live, it was actually like people were used to using the system already. They had been there, they had seen everything, they had gone through the part of what does this button do. So everything it wasn't that new to them, and it wasn't like a shock when they got there. So we got very positive feedback when we went live, because there was nothing that they hadn't seen before. There wasn't anything, for example, if you move from Dynamics 2016 version to the online version, the UI is different. The system is different. You now have hubs. You don't, the forms are different. You don't have the 2-kilometer long forms anymore, but you have to click on tabs. And it's amazing how I think that's a small thing. It led to discussions 2 months long of if we should have the 2-kilometer long forms, or are the tabs actually kind of okay. That is where change management comes to play. Yeah, but we've always done that. We scroll and then I have an overview. How good of an overview do you have if you need to scroll 10 minutes to actually find the information? And then you have the process saying, hey, yeah, but it was nice still, it was all in one place. Yeah, but it also took 3 minutes to load the form. So you have to take some, you have to lose some, but it is the most important part is that your end users are within your loop. And you continue on. It is something you have to do continuously. You don't just, I set up the meeting with the management once. It's fine, I've done that. It is important that you continuously let know how the process is going. If things are going wrong, also say that. It's not just about the good things, because if things go wrong, they are also more understanding of the fact that, okay, it takes a bit longer. Or it is that if the good things are, they also celebrate it with you. You know that, okay, yes, these are the wins that we got from here, and these were the losses. But in the end, they're also going to remember the fact that there were both wins and losses, and not the fact that there was a whole silence in the company, and suddenly they hear that the CRM project is delayed for half a year. That already puts the project in a negative point of view. What we did was we actually created a newsletter. We created a weekly newsletter where we brought out the different parts that we were working at, the different areas. The fact that CRM wasn't actually that widespread in the company, we actually took the chance of using inspiration. Use it as an inspiration of how you can use CRM in different departments. And that newsletter is actually continuing on after the upgrading project, because people were first figuring out what CRM was in different departments that they had never heard of. There were tools, there were processes, there was ways of doing into CRM that they were doing manually in Excel. People are very happy about their Excel. But it was the way, it was creating awareness to people that they could use the same system for different things. And that is, it didn't take us long to put it together, that newsletter. And we had the stories there because we were living through them. And what we did, we just posted it, we sent it out to the whole company, and actually people were happier. They were happier, the people that we were talking to. CRM was getting more acknowledgement. The management was happier because there were also different areas that knew of the project. So continuous communication, and also if you do it in the core team, very open communication. It is important that you go everything, well, on the business level. But it is important that you trust each other. It is important that you are the people that you go to. That you don't have a team member that decides, I can't work with that, I'm going to go to another person, and then you're going to branch out. That doesn't work. Communication, communication, communication. Resources. I used the XRM Toolbox a lot. That was my number one tool when developing the solutions for our processes. I used the solution checker, I used the UML diagram generator, entity relation diagram creator, users team, and security role report. These were the tools that I used the most, primarily because we had to show what it is that we had in the system. We needed to show how it was and what it did. XRM Toolbox, if you haven't heard from it, definitely look it up. It has a lot of tools, and it can be used for basically anything. From Microsoft, you have the Microsoft Fast Track team. You have the information on Microsoft Docs. Both actually different processes, different ways of doing. They have their own area for moving from on-premise to online. So Microsoft documentation is also a very good place. And then you have also Microsoft Azure migrations if you want to go down and dirty on the data migration. The second way of going is, if you don't want to involve Microsoft, is the fact that you just have an external partner. Those are also projects that we've done. Those go as fast, sometimes faster, are as successful and sometimes less successful than using a Microsoft Fast Track with a partner. Fast Track people can give you resources from Microsoft, but they are not wizards. They cannot make your project successful if nothing works. The same with an external partner. They have resources, they can do it, but they can't do it without you. They do have a cooperation with Microsoft, even though you're not involving Fast Track team. So no matter what, you'll get a closer connection to Microsoft if you don't have it already. And you have the continuous help on the journey to the cloud, and you also have the support afterwards. If you are working with a partner, they know the solutions you have created, and they know how it is to support them in the future. So as a summary, gather the right team, decide upon the right processes, choose the right tools, can be one or the other, not everything works for everyone, and let everyone know. Continuously let people know how you're doing and how it's going. Thank you. If there are any questions, then you can ask now or find me later. No now, so you can find me later. So thank you.